Good morning. Creo que ya estamos en vivo otra vez. A ver. Vamos a seguir escuchando musiquita. No sé en qué canción me quedé la vez pasada. Pero yo creo que ahora a las que vaya escuchando que me gustan, les voy a dar like.
Change the sky, change the sea. Change the lock on your destiny. Whisper truths only you can hear. The mirror shows who's steering here. Thoughts like rivers, they flow and bend. Where they lead is where you ascend. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. Embrace the unknown, let it unfold. Your thoughts rewrite the stories told. sky, change the sea, change the lock on your destiny, whisper truths only you can hear. The mirror shows who's steering here. Thoughts like rivers, they flow and bend. Where they lead is where you ascend. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. Embrace the unknown, let it unfold. Your thoughts rewrite the stories told. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. Embrace the unknown, let it unfold. Your thoughts rewrite the stories told. Believing's a spark, a quiet roar. It's the key, it's the open door. The unknown calls, it's never tame. Step inside, you'll never be the same. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. Embrace the unknown, let it unfold. Your thoughts rewrite the stories told. Believing's a spark, a quiet roar. It's the key, it's the open door. The unknown calls, it's never tame. Step inside, you'll never be the same. You're worth more than billions, more than gold. No one can dream the dreams you hold. Embrace the unknown, let it unfold. Your thoughts rewrite the stories told. I thought the sky was locked in blue. Turns out it shifts with every hue. A whisper said, believe it's true. Change the world just like a spark. Rewrite the stars inside your heart. You're worth more, you're worth it all. No one else can hear your call.
Quedó bien. So after a little bit, it starts piling up. You can see like the watermark. It gets like over here, and it takes like 5-10 minutes to like drain. I tried some Drano, but it didn't work. So I don't know. Well, I don't know. You can give me like a quote, or does it involve on?
Yeah, we're gonna have to
something
snake
else?
this. We're gonna have to use electric snake and snake this drain.
How much is that?
You're looking at $300.
300.
Yeah. Is it like? Doing that? You tried Drano already?
Yeah.
And it's still not doing it?
Yeah, I think it didn't work.
When did you do Drano?
Like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
3. Seems to be falling fine right now, but I mean like a little bit after. Funny how something doesn't work, and when you have someone like come look at it, it works.
Yeah, it looks like it's draining.
Yeah, happens all the time.
Yeah, but by now it should be in like a little full, you know? Yeah.
But there it goes. There,
Yeah, it's gonna be a little quick.
it might be coming up now.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
It definitely is deeper than just a pre-drop. It's a little bit deeper down the pipe.
So there's no like Black Friday specials?
Let me see here. I'll do it for 250.
Mm. Still a lot of money, you know.
What are you
Right.
comfortable with? What are you comfortable with?
$100.
No, no way.
No?
Yeah, I can't do that. $100. You could try maybe getting us like a snake
Mm-hmm.
from Home Depot or somewhere.
Right.
You just snake me. Just try snaking yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That might work.
Yeah, someone
I've seen
suggested
homeowners
like a coat hanger.
No, it won't reach that. Yeah, you need like a 10-foot snake at least. Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted a professional, but it's like expensive.
There's companies that charge way more than us.
Yeah.
We're like right there on the bottom.
Right. Really have to wait for the next paycheck though. Do you mind if I give you back a call?
Yeah, give us a back a call, yeah.
Yeah.
If you could, we'll come and do it for 50. But that's about it.
Yeah, because I mean like I always look at things in a return of investment, you know, like you pay for something, how much are you getting back?
Yeah.
And I think this is like an issue. It's just uncomfortable to watch,
Yeah.
to have a shower with like your feet wet, you know. Like, well, I mean like in the water, but,
Yeah.
but I mean it's like after I get off the shower, I can wait 10 minutes and it's like the problem doesn't even exist, you know. Like, so I'm kind of like waiting it out. It's like
Can you do cash?
I can do cash.
Okay, I'll do 100 by cash only.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be off the books though.
Yeah.
I can, there's no other way to do this.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, well, we can do it, but I mean, like,
Huh?
I'm not running any risks of like getting any damage, and then you saying that you didn't perform any work because there's not like really no.
That's what I mean. Right there. That we can, for $100
Right.
bucks, there's I can be liable for it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But if you wanna wait, you can wait.
Okay, yeah, let me think about it, and then I'll give you back a call because I mean, I don't know, I don't want to risk it too, you know, like.
Yeah.
Well,
The
I
best
want,
thing
yeah.
you can do is go to Home Depot,
Uh,
get a snake machine. They sell some small ones,
Right.
electric ones. Cap comes off right here.
mm-hmm.
Take the cap off, and run it through there. You might clear yourself.
We'll try that.
Save some money.
Mm-hmm. And while you're here, I got like the faucets for my washer and dryer. They're dripping just a little bit, but I think we're gonna need like total replacement. How much would it cost to replace them?
Which ones?
They're downstairs.
Downstairs.
Yeah. Ahora vamos a ver cómo se usa un drain snake. Ay.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how easy it is to use a snake, or an auger as they're called, to unjam or unclog a bathroom sink. I recently made a video on how to use an auger to unclog a bathtub drain. I got a lot of views, helped out a lot of people, so I thought I'd make the same thing on how to do it on a bathroom sink. So if you don't know what an auger is, highly recommend it if you're a homeowner. It's only $18, and this has saved me probably 30. From calling a plumber and having to spend $100 or $200 to unclog some of my pipes. So if you are a homeowner, highly recommend it. I'll put a link below. Let's jump right into it. All right, everyone, just to show you what I'm dealing with here, if I turn on my sink and let the water run for a little bit, it still drains, but just not as it should. There's definitely something slowing down the drainage. So I'll let it fill up a little bit here, turn it off. It still drains, but a lot slower than it should. And if I'm brushing my teeth or washing my hands, it really fills up. So this is where the auger comes in handy. Just a quick overview of the auger itself. You got this little curly Q metal little part here. This is what spirals down and gets the jam. Inside here, you got 25 feet of cable, and then you got a little stopper right here that locks it in place. So basically, you just feed it down into the drain, and then just keep feeding this line in until you feel it hit something. Lock it into place with this lock, and then you're just going to spin this thing around while you're kind of pushing down, and eventually this will spin right through the clog wherever it is in your sink. So let's do it. Okay, now rather than trying to spiral through here, which could scratch up your stainless steel or whatever you have in your sink, you can use usually a flathead Phillips screwdriver. And a lot of sinks, you can rotate this counterclockwise, this little locking screw, and it'll loosen up the actual whole drain cover, like so. Highly recommend doing this step. It just makes it a lot easier and prevents you from damaging your equipment. So then we pull that out. Kind of gross. It was definitely time, but this will make the snake auger a lot easier to get down there. Okay, now for the fun part. You're just going to stick your end of your auger down into your sink. Make sure this little locking screw here is locked, and then you're just going to start rotating as you're pushing. I will zoom in just so you can see what's going on, but that's spiraling its way down into the pipe, like so. Okay, once the little spiral part is all the way in there, you're going to unlock the screw, and then just start feeding the pipe down into the sink until you feel it hit something. There, I noticed it hit something. Doesn't want to go in any farther, so then we're going to use the locking screw again. Lock it, and then start rotating like so. And this will spiral that end of the auger right through whatever jam is in there. You'll feel it eventually go through and drop down. As you can see, it's going in. So we're through whatever was holding the sink from draining, or from clogging the sink. And if you feel like it, once you're through that first part that was giving you resistance, if you want to unscrew this again, feed more line in just to make sure there's not a second clog. But usually in my experience, it's just one clog. So once we're done here, we're going to loosen this, and then we're going to pull back as much as we can by hand. You usually get some gross stuff. Look at all that stuff. I would guess that was contributing to the clog, not to gross you out, but like I said, these augers really work for getting the stuff out of your sink. So this one came out pretty easy, but if you notice when you're pulling the line back, once you get to the curly Q little part, if it's not working, you're going to want to, of course, lock the screw and then go counterclockwise and slightly pull, and it'll feed the little spiral thing back out of your sink there. So yeah, gross. Okay, before you test and turn on the water to see if you fixed the clog, you don't want any water to spill down into your underneath your bathroom cabinet there. So I recommend screwing this thing back on so it creates a tight seal. But I'm going to guess what I pulled out of there probably was the reason why my sink was draining so slow. So I'm just going to get this kind of finger tight just to do a preliminary check. Fingers crossed. As you can see, it's just draining, so that solved the problem. Hope you found this video informative. If you did, please give it a like. Again, you can find these augers online. I'll put a link below where you can find them on Amazon. And I recommend cleaning these off really good, spraying them down with some deodorizer afterwards, or they'll start to develop.
Hey there, Maintenance Man fans. Some of the things in these how-to videos can be a bit difficult, risky, and even dangerous. If you attempt to do anything you see in any video ever, whether it's mine or another YouTuber, please be safe. Now let's get going. Hey, Maintenance Man fans, this is a how-to video on how to use one of these guys. This is called a drain snake. Now, what they're used for is this right here will go down inside a drain to your kitchen sink, not the garbage disposal side, but your kitchen sink, your bathroom sink, your bathtub, if they ever get clogged up with hair, and this little corkscrew on the end here will go ahead and catch some of that stuff. And today, I'm going to be using it on this floor drain. As you can see, it's pretty disgusting. It's had some problems. Sorry for that. And a lot of times you want to use something more heavy duty than this, but this is what we're going to use and feature in this video, how to use it, how to stay safe. Because these things it's a steel cable that will bend with the way the drain flexes, but it can also, if you have too much of it, it can loop over on itself, and it can cause a lot of pain and a lot of damage. So you do want to be careful. There's a lock at the front. This guy just click and it will lock, push forward and it will unlock. And the reason why we want to lock it is if you watch the end of the snake, as I rotate it, it turns too. If this is not locked right here, then that will not rotate with it if it's stuck. Also, we need to be able to lock it so that we can push it down in. And the way you get it to go around the corners, excuse me, the way you get it to go around the corners is when you turn it and you push it, it will go down in there. Now the problem is I've got too much slack here, so I've got to reduce it. I'm going to turn it, and and I'm going to push it. It's in there a little bit, so I'm going to loosen it. I'm going to get it started a little bit, pushing it down in there. Probably going to want to wear rubber gloves when you do this. Okay, I got it started. Pull out a little bit, turn it, and push. Unlock it, pull it out, lock it, turn it, and push. Unlock it, pull it out, lock it, turn it, and push. You just keep repeating this over and over again until you think you're past the clog. Or if you do have standing water, you can do this until the water just kind of flows down. This drain has had a backup, and this drain has been slow, but it has not been clogged per se. So I'm trying to get as many feet of this snake down in that hole as far as I can go, and then I'm going to pull it out, see what I can get. You see how that wants to coil up on itself right there? That can be dangerous because it can snap back at me. So that's too much line. I need to shorten it up just a little bit so that I can get it and be able to push on it. So now I'm at the end of my snake. I can hear it inside there, inside the housing here, this plastic housing. I can hear it inside there rattling. So I'm going to go just rotate it, make sure that the snake is as relaxed inside the pipe as I can get it. And then comes the gross part. So it's got a little bit of tension on it. I like that. I'm going to pull it, and then I'm going to just push the snake back inside. Because it is a coil, it will coil itself back up inside there. So I've got some stuff on there. I'm just going to pick it off, toss it aside. It seems to be some kind of cloth. It's not hair. And that's my 25 feet. I've got nothing on the end of this. So I'm going to go ahead and check the drain. So I snaked the drain a second time just to make sure everything was clear. So maybe this is a lesson. I found that down inside the drain. It's like a cap. I don't know. See, that's why it's good to have one of those snakes that pull up stuff you don't even know is down there. In the beginning of the video, I didn't pull a thing out, but I went ahead and did it again, and I pulled out a cap. All right, we're going to test our drain down here by running some water into it. And as you can see, it takes everything we can throw at it. And that's how you use one of these wonderful Cobra drain snakes. You can get any brand. I'm not doing an advertisement. It's just the one that was down at the hardware store. It's more of the concept than it is the exact product, but as you can see, it's done the trick for us. I'd actually say this is probably a staple that every homeowner, every new homeowner, young homeowner, even old homeowner should have somewhere in their repertoire, right along with the plunger. But
So the tools that I'll be using for this is obviously get a bag for all the debris that you're going to end up collecting in case you do end up pulling out a bunch of hair.
have a pliers so that we can use to bend for this coat hanger that we're going to try for the first method. And then I'm going to use this to pop off the shower drain cap. If that method doesn't work, we're going to go with the second method, which is using this drain snake, also called a drum auger. Now I bought this in Lowe's. They come in different lengths. I know they sell them from over like 50 feet, but I don't think I need that much, so I'm going with 25 feet. What's good about this one is that it actually has a stopper, so you pull it out, then you can lock it just like that, so that you can turn it and it won't move. Now there's other ones where you can screw it to tighten it, but this one you just easily loosen it and lock it that easy. And another great feature that this has is that it has a bit where you can put your drill and lock it in place, and then just use that to turn it, which makes it go and turn a lot easier rather than doing it manually. Again, we can do this manually, but I want to try it out both ways as well. Okay, so let's get to it with the first method, which is using the coat hanger. All the tools that I'll be using on this video, I'll leave on the link down below so that you can easily just click on that link and find it effortlessly. And another thing, make sure you wear gloves when you're doing this because it's going to get really, really dirty. So use your screwdriver to pop off the drain, just like that. Now we're going to try the very first method, which is using the coat hanger. We're just going to make a small little hook. Depending on the diameter of your pipe, you don't want to make the hook too big because it will not fit through that pipe. Okay, so let's see if we can fish anything out. So there you go, looks like I've hit bottom. Now I'm going back and forth, circling around. Try doing this a few times, see if you grab anything. Now in this case, there is nothing. So this option is good for some situations where you do have, very shallow tubing, but in this case, it's not gonna work. So now we're gonna go with the method number 2, which is using that drain snake. Now we're gonna feed the drain snake down that tube. What you're gonna do is you're gonna feed this all the way through, just like that. Now if you hit something hard just like that, it's most likely that you've hit a 90-degree turn or a bend on the tubing. So you're just gonna cut it off. Make sure that you leave about 6 inches away from the drain, lock it in place, and then turn it like so, just like that. And then unlock. Unlock it again, lift it back up, lock it in place, turn it like so, just like that. Now, sometimes you're gonna get situations like this where you're turning and the coil just starts coiling right on itself, so let back a little bit, and then do it again slowly, and don't force it in. And let it feed just like that. And then just repeat the same thing, unlock it, pull up, lock it, twist it, and it'll feed right through it. Now keep doing this until you hit some sort of soft spot, or until you feel like you've reached the blockage. Okay, very easy to do. So it looks like I've hit some sort of soft spot. Now I'm gonna go back in there, I'm gonna feed it right back in, and then just slowly turn it. And there you have it. Looks like I'm turning it, but it seems like it's not going anywhere anymore. So I'm not gonna let off anymore. So what you can also do now is attach the drill like this, because this was made for the drill. Okay, and now you can just use the power drill to go through. All right, now let's pull up and see what we got. Oh, I feel something slushing, like it caught something, like we caught a fish. Oh, and it's got some weight on it. Oh, there it is. There you have it. It's causing the drain. That's what's causing the blockage, guys. Oh. You hit it when you're pulling it up and you smell sewer gas, and that's just a bunch of hair. I had to turn the exhaust fan on because it smells really bad. It smells like sewer gas, but that's what it is, guys. Let me zoom on it because I don't want to get near it. But yeah, that's just a bunch of hair, soap suds that's collected over the period of time that I've lived here in this house, and that's about 4+ years now. Take your bag, put it in there. Before you store this thing, actually took me a while. I used scissors to cut off all that hairball on the tip of this. What I did was I took everything out of the coil. I didn't think I used the whole 25 feet, and I just ran it into some hot water, wipe it off with a dirty rag, and then put it back up, and it should be ready for storage. This is a self-coiled device, so you can easily just push it all in. Once that's done, lock it back in place, and then you're ready to put this in storage. So guys, now that we got everything unclogged, I believe that's about it. I'm not going to run it the second time because I believe that huge chunk of hair was actually the huge cause of that blockage. I filled up a bucket of water, and if it doesn't overflow, I think we're good to go. There we have it. I think we did it. We'll put back the drain cap. I'll clean around this area, and we're good to go. So
When encountering obstructions, the cable persists in exerting forward force, potentially preventing successful unclogging or even causing cable damage. The correct way is repeatedly moving forward and backward cable. Achieve the goal of unblocking the pipeline. When facing clogs, drain auger will be subjected to the reaction force of the cable. You can feel an outward push. This is the key point. Please find this thrust. Switch the drain auger to 0 to entanglement or crushing of the clogged clogs. The drain auger is switched R to remove the clogged clogs. After cleaning the cable, continue to repeat the above steps until the pipeline is clear.
First, loosen the thumb screw and extend the auger into the drain until it reaches the clog. And now we're going to manually turn the drain auger. Until you remove the clog, loosen the thumb screw and with your hand, retract the snake into the drum. Now we're going to show you how to follow the same steps, but using a power drill. So first, we're going to connect the drill. We're going to loosen the thumb screw. Always be sure to keep the RPM of the drill, the revolutions per minute, under 500 RPM, as you don't want to push it too fast. Once you've done this process 2 or 3 times, you're going to retract the snake back into the drum. Here it is. Hola, saludos a todos. Yo soy Alex de Handyman en español. Y el día de hoy les voy a mostrar cómo destapar el drenaje de un lavaplatos en la cocina. Al abrir el agua entra por un hoyo. Vamos a abrir el agua y van a notar que el agua entra por este drenaje y va a salir por el lado izquierdo. Quiere decir que el agua no encuentra salida y se regresa hacia arriba, de un lado al otro, y no encuentra la salida hacia el drenaje. Entonces les voy a enseñar acá abajo en el sink cómo están las tuberías. Entonces esta tubería de PVC, de un lado está el lado izquierdo y el lado derecho, y los dos llegan a esta tubería común, y de la tubería común va hacia el drenaje que va hacia la pared. Del otro lado de esta pared hay otra cocina igual, hay otro lavaplatos igual, pero ese está bien. Entonces el problema es aquí en esta tubería y no es el problema no es en la tubería común. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer, vamos a prepararnos con una cubeta, porque vamos a destapar, vamos a abrir estas tuercas de la tubería de PVC. Vamos a poner una cubeta para recibir el agua, y en esta ocasión voy a utilizar esta pistola, este taladro y esta máquina para destapar el caño. Esta máquina la compré en Home Depot por $45, y esa te sirve para la tina de baño, para el fregadero, para el lavaplatos, para el lavamanos, para la tina del baño. Y si tú te dedicas a hacer trabajos de plomería pequeños, te la recomiendo porque puedes hacer muchos trabajos y solo cuesta $45. Y la puedes usar manual también. Viene con una manija, con un hand que puedes hacer. Y este taladro que está aquí se conecta en la parte de atrás, así de fácil. Y vamos a abrir el chock, vamos a abrir la boca del taladro para recibir la máquina para destapar el caño. Son 25 pies de largo, tiene una punta en el frente que se la he cortado, y vamos a necesitar guantes para proteger nuestras manos, y también puedes utilizar toallas y también gafas de protección por si acaso. Ok, entonces lo primero que vamos a hacer, como está llena de agua, vamos a poner esta cubeta abajo y la vamos a abrir con precaución, porque puede que el agua salga a presión y te puedes mojar, o a veces el agua está acumulada en las tuberías adentro de la pared, no se ve, y cuando la abres de repente sale toda una cascada de agua, que no es suficiente una cubeta para recibir toda esa agua. Entonces vamos a quitar estas tuercas de la tubería para que entre aire y salga el agua. Entonces hacemos esto del lado izquierdo y ya pronto va a salir el agua. Aflojamos, le movemos para que el sello se rompa, y siempre listos para cuando caiga, y va a caer pronto. ¡Pum! Cayó ahí, y ven, cayó basura, y como pueden ver, este codo, esta P o esta U, o la P, porque es un P-trap en inglés, está llena de cosas. Encontré una bola de grasa adentro y esa fue la razón, esa es la razón por la que está tapada esta tubería. Pero voy a enseñarles cómo, si estuviera tapada más hacia adentro, vamos a usar la máquina para mostrarles. Entonces voy a quitar otra sección del P-trap, y tenemos que quitar este pedazo de PVC para poder insertar nuestro cable, porque si lo hacemos a través de aquí, no puede que no alcance a dar la vuelta y se pase a la otra cocina. Lo que queremos es cerciorarnos que nuestro cable vaya hacia abajo. Entonces vamos a quitar el PVC con estas pinzas grandes y lo vamos le vamos a dar vuelta hacia el lado izquierdo, hacia el lado opuesto de las manijillas del reloj, para poder quitar nuestro pedazo de PVC. Pongo una cubeta justo ahí por si salen cosas, agua, o puede que salga la grasa, o a veces salen pelos y cosas feas. Entonces, mira, si ven eso fue lo que tapó la U, donde se colecta el agua. Entonces, esta es la máquina, ya le inserté mi taladro hacia atrás, vamos a sacar un poco, aproximadamente unos 30 centímetros, y le hice este doblez para poder guiar mi cable hacia abajo, porque si yo solo lo meto hacia adentro, salgo al otro lado, que es otra cocina, o si este es un baño, puede que haya otro baño atrás. Entonces tienes que doblar la punta, o observarla, o dirigirla, que se vaya hacia abajo. Porque si se va para arriba está la ventilación, si se va para enfrente está otro baño o otro sink, entonces tiene que ir forzosamente hacia abajo. Entonces la metí con un ángulo, y si pueden ver con esta luz, el cable está yendo hacia abajo. Bueno, en esta ocasión está hacia un lado, porque la tubería hace 45 y luego baja, hace 45 para un lado y luego baja. Entonces, una vez que ya inserté mi cable, voy a agarrar mi máquina con el lado izquierdo, voy a apretar este botón. Al apretar este botón va a hacer que gire mi cable, y al apretar el botón del taladro va a hacer que gire la máquina completamente. Entonces tienen que poner atención que este espacio, este cable debe de ser no de más de 20 centímetros, porque si es más largo se puede atorar y se puede enroscar en sí mismo, y es peligroso y se puede. Entonces la vamos a prender apretándole aquí al lado izquierdo, y mientras está prendida el cable sigue entrando poco a poco, entra algunos 10 centímetros por cada segundo. Entonces la aprieto aquí, y al apretarle la nariz aprieta y hace que enganche mi cable. Entonces vamos a hacerlo otra vez, aprieto mi taladro para que vaya hacia el lado derecho, hacia las manecillas del reloj, y poco a poco va entrando el cable. Este cable es de 25 pies, que son aproximadamente 6 metros, 6 por 4, sí, aproximadamente 6 metros, y hasta que se atore, hasta que salga todo el cable, ya no puede avanzar más la máquina y se para. Entonces ahí ya, tal parece que ya, tal parece que ya llegué. Ahora voy a intentar un poquito más hasta que se pare la máquina. Entonces vamos avanzando, y tú no puedes ver, pero el cable se va introduciendo y va limpiando, y ahorita ya van aproximadamente 20 pies, entonces vamos a seguirle, que me faltan 5 pies más. Entonces voy a traer esta servilleta, porque ahora voy a sacar mi cable, y al sacar mi cable se va a traer grasa, cosa negra, cosa fea, y va a oler muy feo. Tú puedes poner un balde, una cubeta. Entonces la ponemos en reversa y vamos a hacer lo mismo, apretando el mango de enfrente, y al apretarlo va a insertar el cable automáticamente en la rueda roja, en el tambor rojo, y como pueden ver el cable está saliendo negro. Y miren, ya muchas veces no puedes que saques nada, pero al entrar abre hoyo y empuja. Entonces no necesariamente esperes sacar una bola de pelo como cuando lo haces en el baño. Entonces esto fue lo que estaba tapando la cocina, y una vez que ya hacemos esto va a estar más lista para echarle agua. Ahora regresamos nuestra tubería de PVC, como la quitamos hacia el lado izquierdo, ahora le vamos a dar vuelta hacia el lado derecho para apretarla. Ahorita le estoy dando vuelta al lado izquierdo para que agarre bien la la tuerca, tenemos que tener cuidado porque la tuerca del PVC es de PVC y si no la agarras bien puede romper la tuerca y no te sirve nada después ese tubo. Una vez que ya haya enganchado, usas tu pinzas y le das un cuarto de vuelta o si da más, pues da más para que quede bien apretado y no haya goteras. Una vez que pones este brazo, ahora lo siguiente es poner la extensión que va, y ahora vamos a asegurarnos que la tuerca, esta arandela de plástico, tiene que estar ahí porque al apretar eso es lo que hace el sello. Hay veces que voy a arreglar algo que está goteando y está goteando porque esa arandela de plástico no está ahí. Entonces te aseguras que esté la arandela, pones tu tuerca y le vas a dar vuelta y ahora esta U, tal como la quitamos, la vamos a poner de regreso. Te tienes que asegurar que esté bien apretado. Si tú tienes mucha fuerza con las manos, un apretón con las manos es suficiente. Lo tienes que alinear bien y aprietas todas las tuercas una vez más para asegurarte que esté apretado. Si tú no tuvieses mucha fuerza, puedes usar unas pinzas con boca grande como esas azules que tengo ahí y le das un cuarto de vuelta solamente porque el PVC es un poco delicado y si le das muy fuerte puedes llegar a romper el PVC. Entonces una vez más nos aseguramos que esté bien apretado y vamos a usar nuestras pinzas solo para darle un toquecito. ¡Pum! Eso es más o menos un octavo de vuelta porque lo apreté fuerte, pero si tú no tienes mucha fuerza puede que le des media vuelta más o una vuelta completa. Ahora ya estamos listos, ya apretamos, ahora vamos a abrir el agua, te aseguras, aunque no movimos, no quitamos esa tubería, te aseguras que todas las tuercas estén apretadas porque como tú estuviese trabajando ahí, si algo pasa te echan la culpa a ti. Ahora vamos a abrir el agua y mientras está llenando el agua nos vamos a dar cuenta si el agua se está regresando o no. Entonces dejas correr el agua por algunos segundos, 10, 20 segundos está bien, y notamos que no, el agua no se está regresando. Entonces eso está muy bien. Ahora vamos a buscar goteras, a ver si no hay agua escurriendo, si no hay agua goteando. Y tal parece que todo salió muy bien. Vamos a observar más cada tuerca, que no haya ninguna gotera y todo parece bien. Allá atrás parece que está bien, esta tuerca parece que está bien. Entonces tal parece que fue todo un éxito. Vamos a poner ahora el tapón y vamos a esperar a que el agua se acumule para hacer fuerza, para que en unos segundos más quitamos el tapón y la fuerza del agua acumulada, si se va libremente, quiere decir que la tubería está totalmente abierta y hemos tenido éxito. Entonces se acumula el agua, no tienes que llenarlo hacia arriba, ahora lo sacamos y vemos qué tan fuerte se va el agua y como ahora el agua está yéndose con más fuerza, es más factible que ahora sí puedas ver un goteo. Entonces checas otra vez cada tuerca minuciosamente para asegurarte de que no haya ninguna gotera. Si hubiese una gotera de agua, aprietas la tuerca un poquito más. Esta es la máquina de Home Depot, me costó $40. Como pueden ver tiene esta manija, si no tienes un taladro tú le puedes dar vuelta a esa manija y el cable se va a insertar pero no va a ser igual. Bueno, son $40, ya sabes. Muchas gracias por ver este video. Dame un like, la manita para arriba, suscríbete. Cuando te suscribes más gente puede ver este video. Muchas gracias, hasta luego.
How many times in your life have you come to the bathroom, opened up the lid, and you see that it's totally backed up? What do? You've got a plunger. You can definitely plunge it. Toilet auger. Send it down through there so you can grab whatever it is and pull it out. But what if none of those things work? Then what do? How many times in your life has this happened? You come into the bathroom and you flush the toilet, and this happens. And you can see it right away. You know what's going to happen. It's going to overflow. You see, that one just came to the top. But if we flush it again, of course, that's just going to overflow. How many times has that happened to you? Maybe you've had guests, maybe you have a young child, or maybe it was you. Maybe you stopped it up, maybe somebody dropped something down inside there. Either way, we've got to open this up. Let me show you how. This is called a plunger. I know that sounds silly, probably everybody knows that, but say you didn't know. This is a plunger, and it is a great plunger because it has a stem at the bottom. You can see it's flexible rubber. We know that something stopped up inside of here. We can try the plunger. Let's see if it'll do it. We'll push down and actually pull up. Nothing's happening, right? Nothing at all. A little water is being forced through, but not enough. There's still something in there. Let's push on it some more. Really hard. So you think that did the job? Let's go ahead and flush it and find out. So let's flush that toilet and just see. Did we plunge it out? Sure doesn't look like it, does it? You can see this is rising up, and eventually it's just going to overflow. Right at the top. So the plunger didn't work on that one, did it? What can you do next? Remember I showed you the auger? Let's go ahead and try that. Pull that auger cable all the way back. Get this down into the trap of the toilet. Push it hard. Then we're going to crank the handle. See if we can grab whatever's down in there. Put pressure on it, push it down through. Oh, I feel something there. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. I think we already grabbed a hold of it. Let's push it. Try to get all the way through. You can see the tension. See the tension on there? Let's push it back. See what's on the end. Nothing yet. Just do it again. Cranking it. Hard, 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 hard. Right at the bottom of the toilet. I can feel it. It's got tension. Can you see this handle? See that tension? There's something right at the bottom of the toilet. Don't know what it is, but there's something right there. So I should be all the way through. Still tension. Did I grab it? You can see the water going down. Yep, there's something there. Ah, look. Somebody put something down there. What is that? You can see there's still something in there. That water's still trying to drain. Let's clean this off and do it again. Okay, we're going at it again. By the way, that was a paper towel. Remember, paper towels don't dissolve. You gotta get all the way through. Let's flush it. See what it does. Pull this cable back. It gets stuck coming back. I mean, there's still something in there. Yep, still something in there. Probably more paper towels. So what do? Sometimes it'll break free, and that water will flush. But remember something. Those paper towels, that's what we found, they're going to go down the sewer line. They're not going to dissolve. Never put paper towels down there, ever. Never, ever. As well as any female products. If you know what I'm talking about, Kotex, tampons. Do not flush them down the toilet. Okay, let's flush it again. We've got that auger all the way through that toilet trap. We go down to the bottom. You can see it's still filling up, but let's flush it. Take a look. Nice and clean. Well, those are two ways that you can try to unclog your toilet. So maybe you have one of these little hand crank snakes, and of course it works the same way. You hold the trigger, you turn it, you see the cable spinning, and that would go down through the trap. I would not recommend this. Number one, it's going to scratch up the bottom of your toilet really bad. Number two, this cable's pretty flimsy. You see how easy it bends? This can actually hit your stoppage and then double back, and then you've got a knot in your cable, and you won't be able to pull the cable back. So even if you have a handheld snake, or if you rent a machine, do not run it down through your toilet. Okay, we've seen several methods to unclog the toilet, but what if none of those work? What if none of them work? We sent the auger all the way down through, and we know that it went through the trap, and we know that it went clear down to the flange, clear through the toilet, but it's still backed up. What do? First thing you're going to do is shut off the water, okay? Shut that water supply off. You might have to go to your main, but whatever you got to do is shut that water off. Next, we're going to take the lid off. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and flush and get all this water out of here. Hold the handle and make sure that all that water goes out as much as possible. If it backs up, if it overflows, well, it overflows. But hopefully you've got enough with your plunger that it won't overflow. So you can see we've got most of the water out of there. Next, set your plunger down the toilet and push as much water out of here as possible. Get it all out. Clear down to the very bottom. You can see it's just holding a little bit of water, and that's good. Because next, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pull out these toilet bowls. More than likely, down here in this trap, somewhere in here, or right at the flange, there's an object. Most common objects are small toys like a Hot Wheel, perhaps a toothbrush, or even a small comb, and it's stuck right there. So we've got to take the toilet out and roll it upside down to see if we can get that to drop, or we can get it out. Let's take a look. So using your wrench, get this toilet nut loose, and you can spin it off. One of the problems that you may find, remember I just put this toilet on here for demonstrations, but one of the problems you might find is that toilet bolts are rusted. And that's a whole other video on how to take this toilet bolt off of here. That can be a real pain. And that's why when plumbers come out, or Roto-Rooter, or somebody that's a drain cleaner like us, we're going to charge a little bit more if we have to work on this toilet bolt to get it off of here. And it might take an hour, it might take two, but it is not easy. I made it look easy because I just put this together for you guys to see the demonstration. Let's do the same thing. Let's go ahead and take this toilet bolt off. And normally these would have been cut down to size and a cap on top of it. But again, remember I just put this together for a demonstration for you to show you what happens. And remember also, the reason that we're doing this is because something is lodged down in this section of the toilet. The toilet has a trap. It's right here. Water level. Right here's the trap. The toilet has a trap. Right here's the water level. That keeps the sewer gas from down below here from coming up and you have no odor. But something got stuck in this system right here. And more than likely it's either in this bend or it's right down at the flange and it's laying across the flange, won't let that water go down. And of course all the waste is in there too. Remember, we plunged the toilet, we got as much water out as possible, we emptied the tank, make sure your tank is as empty as possible because when we pick it up and roll it over, then you've got a real mess. So I suggest that you actually take this outside and work on it. Rolling it around your bathroom is really small space, plus it might be tile, floor, scratch it up, could break the toilet. So I'm going to show you how to carry it out. To set this lid someplace safe, because it breaks very easily. So I'm just going to move it out of the way. Move all your tools that you have out here. It's nice to lay out some towels if you have them. Make sure that you have all of your nuts and bolts. Make sure you've got all those, put them in your pocket or whatever. Usually you would replace these after you pull it, so keep them handy. And the way I like to do this is just grab a hold right here in the center, and this will make it so it's very easy to carry. Pull it up. Remember, it's got wax holding it down. Just pull it up, and then we'll waddle it out. Just walk it backwards or forwards. Just carry it right out. After you went outside, lay the toilet on its side, and you can see this one right away. There's a toy jammed down in there. There could be anything down in here. I mean, Hot Wheels are a big number 2 item, perhaps. Does this mean the child dropped it in there? No. It could have fell off at the top of the toilet. Maybe it was on the top. All kinds of things can get stuck in your toilet. What's amazing is, how did it get from here and go through that trap, come through this little elbow, and get all the way down here? That's what's always amazing to me. But you have to play with this. This is stuck in there hard. Remember how much tension we had on the auger when we were trying to pull it out of there? Because it grabbed a hold of this. You gotta get it there, guys. We got it loose, and we can pull it out. Okay, we've got it all back together. Remember, we tightened up those toilet bolts. We also put a new wax ring down below. Next thing you want to do is go ahead and put your lid back on the top, and then of course tighten up that water supply line and let it fill up. So we're ready to test the system. How do you do that? Of course, we could just flush it, but we really want to make sure that it's clean, that everything's going to go through. Throw some toilet paper in there. Use the flush. Let's see what it does. Oh yeah, took that right out, nice and clean. Good swirling action, jets are working great. We're all done. Hey, this is Chuck the Apple Drain, reminding you, if you believe you can do something, I guarantee you. Have a good day.
Hello everyone, I wanted to talk about this cheap Amazon auger that I found, or sink snake, or whatever you want to call it. I got it for $18 on Amazon. I'll put a link below. I've had this thing for about a year and a half now, and I have nothing but great things to say about it. And actually my bathtub just clogged up about 3 days ago, so I thought it'd be great to make a video show how this thing works and why I really feel every household should have one of these things. Because for the longest time I was using liquid drain cleaner or things like that. But not only are those chemicals and probably not good for the environment, but a lot of the times it didn't work, or you'd have to buy a second or third bottle to really undo the clog. This thing gets my tub clear every time I use it. So for this presentation, I'm going to be using the auger itself. I always wear some gloves so my hands don't get all gross from soap scum and hair and all that nasty stuff that's down there. Need a Phillips screwdriver and some paper towel. So let's do it. All right, here's my bathroom, and as you can see, we have a lot of scum here because it's been clogged for the past couple days. You can see my girlfriend's sort of shampoo here, but the drain is open, as you can see. And if I turn on the water, luck would have it, it's starting to back up. You can really see that on the video, but it's not draining like it's supposed to. It just keeps building. All right, the first thing that I do is I take my Phillips and take off the top part here. For a while, I was going through the bottom drain on the bathtub, but I realized I had better luck by going this way. I remember the screw being quite long. All right, we got that removed, and as you can see, there's a little kind of plate here that blocks it. But luckily, this auger goes right through it. Now some tubs don't have this little plate, and if you don't have that, consider yourself blessed. But luckily with this thing, because it's kind of a coiled device, all I have to do is kind of put it in at the lower end, and then I twist it with this dial, and keep kind of pushing while I'm turning. And as you can see, it kind of just rotates on in there. Come on, baby. Oh, almost there. And we're in. Like I said, some sinks or tubs don't have that, and you can avoid that step, but it's never that much of a hassle. So once we're in, I'm going to loosen up the little device, the little locking thing here. You got 25 feet of cable in here, by the way. You're just going to want to start feeding that in, a little bit at a time, until you feel it stop. And that's usually where a clog is. So I can feel it hit something there. So I'm going to want to lock it in place. Actually, I'm going to bring it in just a little bit. Let me put this on a little bit more here. Because you want it to be kind of close, probably 4 inches, and then lock it. And then you put it back on wide angle here. You start rotating as you're kind of pushing. And the idea is that little coil will push through all the hair or soap grime or what have you that's in there. So I usually do this for about 30 seconds to a minute. If you feel it push all the way through, then you know you're good that way. But sometimes I pull it back up, and you'll see a bunch of hair on the coil. I'm a pretty hairy guy, so I usually have to do this about every couple of months. But I can feel it going in further. So, let's see what we got. Pull it on back. Oh yeah, it looks pretty gross already. I can kind of see it. And then we're going to pull back, turn counterclockwise. Again, you can avoid the step if your tub doesn't have this. But as you can see, that's kind of gross. But just wanted to show you how effective this thing is. Come on, almost there. This is where the gloves come in handy, and the paper towels. Which, if you can have two people, sometimes you can avoid it splattering everywhere when you pull it out. And this is the example of why you kind of want to have a helping hand to kind of use the paper towels and block it as it's coming out, otherwise it can splatter. Quick cleanup, but look at all that stuff we got on there. I'm going to guess that was probably contributing to the clog in my bathtub, but I'm going to give it another whirl. I'm going to go in there until it hits another spot. If it does, and try to clear that out. I'll be right back. Another useful tool that I recommend is a simple box cutter. You can just kind of cut the hair, and it comes off a lot easier than trying to get it off any other method. Luckily, this stuff doesn't stink. It smells like soap because it's mixed with soap, so at least it smells kind of clean. All right, next I'll just wipe everything down real quick in the big chunks with some paper towel, just so it doesn't go back down the drain and start contributing to another clog. And in all fairness, this was not all my hair. It's my girlfriend's long blonde hair too, that she shampoos her hair twice a day. And between the two of us, we're kind of a hair-producing machine. All right, here we go again. See what? All right, rinse, wash, and repeat. Stick it in there. Start pushing. You know, a professional plumber can do this process faster, but I kind of take some pride doing it myself, being a homeowner. So again, once you're inside, start feeding it down. You can feel it stop. Here it's stopping again. So I'm going to go in about 4 inches and then use my little lock-in-place nut and start twisting away. Oh, it's clearing pretty good. All right, so we're going to unlock it. Feed a little bit more. There it is, locked again. Usually I get 1 or 2 big pulls of hair and goop and all that stuff before the drain has been free. Oh, there, did you hear that? Now it's going all the way in. Sounds like it's free to me. So we're going to unlock it, start pulling it back. I don't see that much. I might have just pushed the remainder through down the pipe, but I really feel like the drain is gone. Let's give it a shot here. All right, moment of truth. Turn on the water. And looks like it is draining. So that was the clog. Success. All right, well, I hope you found this video informative and useful. Again, I highly recommend a drain, auger, drain snake, whatever you want to call it. Again, I found this one for 18 bucks on Amazon. Link is below. Highly recommend it if you are a homeowner and you experience an occasional clogged bathtub. Because again, me producing a lot of hair and my girlfriend with her long blonde hair, this thing saves us from calling a plumber every couple months. It just takes me about 15-20 minutes to kind of get everything done. It's kind of just part of home maintenance. But you know, these things run like $30 to $50 at Lowe's or Home Depot. But Amazon, 18 bucks, can't beat it. Hope you all have a good one and get that clog unclogged. Get that clog unclogged.
Well, NVIDIA has released their 10Q, which contains financial disclosures that we weren't told about when NVIDIA first reported earnings. And it's leading to some skittishness in markets. This morning, the NASDAQ was up 2%. We were trending towards 617 and plunge. We are now, as I'm recording this, down a full 2 percentage points, and we're about to turn negative on the day. On top of that, NVIDIA, that was knocking on the door of 200, is now also rotating down, and AMD even lost 232. So what's going on? What was in these disclosures that got everybody a little nervous? Well, we're gonna break down exactly what we saw, and I have to say some of it was shocking. Now, I wanna be crystal clear about this. The way these companies do earnings is they release a press statement and CFO commentary and their overall earnings numbers. You don't get any details, really. You get some details, but you get like a little 2-pager, right? Then they do their earnings call. And then they release their press statement, which includes a little bit more detail. And then a few hours later, when everybody's going cheersing and drinking beer to the beat, then they drop the SEC filing called the 10Q. Now, the SEC filing contains some of the juice, and it's interesting juice. So first, one of the complaints that I've regularly seen about NVIDIA since earnings yesterday is that, but Kevin, inventory is up 90% on NVIDIA from their comparison quarter in January. So comparing back 9 months ago, inventory is up 90%. And I'm like, well, Jensen did address that. So my first rebut to that is Jensen addressed that. He said that they don't want to be supply constrained like they were with the original Blackwell launch, where they had so much demand and they couldn't actually get the short-term products that they needed, the components, the raw materials, and the materials that go into the supply chain to actually give them the chips they needed. So Jensen argued, hey, we're just building up the components we need for the chips. You know, that's all. And I'm like, all right. I mean, like, I'm not gonna call Jensen a liar. You know, I'm like, all right. So then today, I'm like, hey, boys and girls, the 10Q is out. And the cool thing about the 10Q is it actually tells you the breakdown. So we did this live. We're like, hey, maybe we could find the breakdown inside the 10Q. And boy, oh boy, did we find it. And boy, oh boy, is it not exactly what we expected. Look at this. Certain balance sheet components as followed. Raw materials, work in progress, and finished goods. Folks, raw materials from January rose 23%. So they have 23% more raw materials in October than they did in January. But finished goods, which basically means ready to sell assets, doubled from 3.2 billion to 6.8. Now maybe that's okay. Maybe that's just because they're selling more. But if they're quote unquote sold out, why are finished good inventories rising? And why didn't you explain that? You only told us that, oh, well, we just want more inventory because, we need the components. But your raw material stuff only went up 23%. And this is a little sus. Your prepaid supply and capacity arrangements right here declined. Look at that. So the prepaid supply that you're hiring, TSM and these other companies for declined from 1.7 billion to 1.5 billion. That's a 12% decline. Now maybe there's an explanation for this, but it's odd. Work in progress did go up by 156%. That's fair. Maybe we could argue that's the issue. But raw materials are only up 23% and finished goods doubling. You kind of left that part out, Mr. Jensen. We didn't really like that. That was a little
Doopy doopy.
You kind of came to us and said, guys, guess what? We're doing so well. We're just building up our inventory so we have more stuff so we can print more because we're sold out. It's great. Yay. That's what we were told. But the reality is, that was a half-truth, buddy. That was a half-truth. Okay, all right. So it's not a complete lie. It's a half lie. Then we look at, okay, well, what are they up to with their investments? Because we know that they just partnered with Microsoft on a $15 billion deal. So they partnered with Microsoft on a $15 billion deal. And the way this is going to work is Microsoft and NVIDIA are going to together invest in Anthropic. And then Anthropic is going to turn around and spend $30 billion on Microsoft Azure contracts that are going to be based on NVIDIA chips. You see what I'm doing with my hand here, the giant circle? We're going to give you money so you can pay us. Got it. Okay. Now, who's paying more of that? Microsoft or NVIDIA? Well, it turns out they disclosed it. Microsoft didn't. They actually disclosed it. Take a look at this. Commitments and contingencies. In November, we entered into an agreement to invest up to $10 billion into Anthropic. So in my opinion, that means that Microsoft is doing $5 and Anthropic is doing $15 billion. Interesting. So NVIDIA is having to do more of the investing and the heavy lifting than Microsoft is doing. On top of that, they guaranteed, we believe this is CoreWeave, they guaranteed one of their partners, I'll just read this to you. In the third quarter, we entered an agreement to guarantee a partner's facility lease obligations in the event of their default. That agreement allowed them to secure their financing and their data center or whatever backed by our credit profile. Now CoreWeave, we think it's CoreWeave, put $470 million into an escrow. So basically, hey, can I use your credit score and I'll give you some of the money in cash, but I really want to build this data center, but I can't get the financing unless you help guarantee me. Okay, weird, but whatever, it's happening. On top of that, we have NVIDIA's full set of cloud spending commitments now, which have doubled since the last time they disclosed this. Take a look at this. This is NVIDIA's cloud spending plan. And they do this so that way these data centers can build out their data centers and have a guaranteed customer. But look at this. NVIDIA says we're going to spend $1 billion in 26, $6 billion in 27, $6 billion in 28, $5 billion in 29, $4 billion in 2030, $4 billion in 2031. According to the information, which this is in the 10Q we just looked at, according to the information, that would make NVIDIA one of the largest cloud customers. But wait a minute. If there's so much demand for the cloud, why is the very company that's building the chips to support the cloud becoming the largest customer for the chips? And so this is where I made the joke. You see it here. That would make NVIDIA one of the world's largest cloud spenders and users of GPUs. That made me sort of think like, man, maybe Tesla should do this too. Because obviously you could pump your stock by doing this. So maybe Tesla should make cybercabs and then sell them to someone else so they could say they've delivered another car and they could recognize the revenue growth. And then they could rent back their own cybercab, over the next 6 years in their robotaxi network. Now they get the best of both. They pump their sales today because somebody else bought it and they pump their robotaxi revenue. Now, normally what a company does is you make a chip that you might need and you just use it. Like you don't sell it and then borrow it back because that's the accounting magic that's making people nervous. Now, don't get me wrong. Not all of the bears, I think, are, fully genuine here or fully, reasonable. Like, for example, there's this guy, I guess the Coastal Journal, and he's got this giant Substack dumping on NVIDIA. And I'm like, oh, this guy must be short. But the irony of it is, I went to his Substack and I did a Command F for the M dash. The guy literally had 29 M dashes in one article, which is a telltale sign that he's using ChatGPT to write the whole damn article bagging on AI. So I don't think all of the bears are genuine here. Maybe remove all 29 of the M dashes. But anyway, another thing that I thought was sus. So I looked at their accounts receivable breakdown. And you can actually see this under the notes. It's called the under the balance sheet components section. And I wrote this down so you could see it a little bit more visually because the way they put it in the 10Q isn't really obvious. But this was also concerning about NVIDIA. Watch this. So on accounts receivable, on January 26th, customer number 1 accounted for 17% of accounts receivables, and customer number 2 accounted for 16% of accounts receivables. Okay. Well, we know accounts receivables are up like $10 billion from January. But then I look at this. The big customers, customer number 1, 2, 3, and 4, all of them are now accounting for big portions of the receivables. So the biggest customers are now not paying. That's odd. Now, yesterday, in fairness, when I only saw the press statement, I'm like, well, I mean, their revenues are up a double year over year. Like, of course, accounts receivables are going to go up. But it's odd to me that it's not everyone who is seeing their accounts receivable going up. It's actually some of the largest customers, which these are probably CoreWeave, Microsoft, I don't know, whatever. The other, Oracle, that's the one I was looking for. Oracle, right? So the biggest customers are slowing down their payments. Interesting. Somebody says, Jensen only said he was sold out of cloud chips, not Blackwell. Interesting way to put it. Interesting. Okay, so now what we have is, let's see here. All of this comes at the same time as you're getting people getting really sussed out about OpenAI. Because OpenAI is seen as this company that is basically making all of these commitments to spend money. Like right here. Since it launched, OpenAI has been the one to beat. NVIDIA and Microsoft are investing $15 billion into Anthropic, which in turn will spend $30 billion on Azure and NVIDIA chips. OpenAI is doing the same thing, which led the stock market to fall, or at least Microsoft fell after the announcement. They say here that, OpenAI is going to spend $300 billion over the next 5 years in compute power from Oracle, but NVIDIA is going to invest $100 billion into OpenAI, and, Oracle is buying NVIDIA chips. So it's all a giant circle, right? But I thought this was an interesting statement over here. In the Economist article, actually can't see exactly what the statement was, but where was the statement about them being credit? There. That marked the start of $1.4 trillion of spending commitments by OpenAI, which raised fears in financial markets of a binge by uncredit-worthy borrowers to finance new AI data centers. Yeah, That is what you're seeing. So it's not just the economists now talking about cracks appearing in OpenAI, but you literally have the Financial Times questioning who is the auditor for OpenAI. And all they could find was this financial filing right here from 2023. And this financial filing was put together by an accounting firm right here in San Francisco called Fontello, Dunfield, and Otake Limited Partners. And if you go to their website, here it is. Hold on, let me get myself out of the way so you can see the full website. Here it is. Here, let me go to full screen so you can really take it all in. There it is. Yeah. So that now has people going, who the hell audits OpenAI? Now, OpenAI, in fairness, is a private company, and they don't have to disclose their auditor. In the United Kingdom, they're supposedly audited by Deloitte. But here's the problem regarding the big auditors. You ready for this? This is crazy as well. Ernst & Young, one of the big four, and KPMG, the other big four, sell products that use Microsoft Azure OpenAI tools. Deloitte definitely uses OpenAI internally, and PwC sells OpenAI products. So, in other words, Deloitte is using OpenAI products, and they might be the auditor for OpenAI, or these people are doing, accounting audits for them. We don't know. It's a private company, so we don't know. So the Financial Times is like, hey, if it's a big four, they might be a little conflicted because they literally either sell or use OpenAI. And if it's not a big four, and it's this guy, well, then that might be another problem too. Hashtag just saying. So it's weird. And all of this comes out in the 10Q after all of the fanfare, which is also annoying. Okay, now what else? Well, basically, when we put this together, Jensen tells us, oh, don't worry, inventory's going up because, we're sold out, and we're just trying to make sure we have enough in the pipeline. Really, because your finished product inventory doubled. That's sus. Okay, that's weird. You told us a half-truth. You're having to guarantee CoreWeave so they don't go bankrupt so they can keep the debt cycle going. Private credit markets are funky, and at the same time, your prepaid supply and capacity agreements are declining by 12%. It's just odd. It's odd. And if we go back to the days of history, if we go back to Cisco actually beat earnings over and over and over again going into the dot-com bubble. And guess what? The dot-com bubble didn't burst because Cisco missed earnings. They actually were beating earnings. The dot-com bubble burst in spite of Cisco beating earnings. People just got sick and tired of what was going on and the valuations of what people were paying. And look at this. As I get to the end of the segment, AMD now down 420. The Qs literally at 595. Holy smokes. In my alpha report this morning, I'll pull up the PDF version because I don't think people will believe it. But in my alpha report, I'll give you the preview that I gave. Oh, well, this will work. This was a segment of our alpha report today. I said that best case today is we slowly get to 617. That would be bullish through December 8th. However, I said the Qs need to hold 107. And we must, we need, I literally encapsulated, we need to hold 232 on AMD and we need to break 200 on NVIDIA. Otherwise, if we lose those two, if we lose 232 on AMD and we lose 200 on NVIDIA, we could risk losing 607. If we lose 607, we trend back to 595. I kid you not, that is my alpha report this morning. And look at the damn Qs. Trying to get to 617, but what happens? We can't hold 232 on AMD. We can't hold even close to 200 or 198 here on NVIDIA. And so what happens? We plummet. And as soon as we lose 607, straight back down to 595. In the alpha report, signed, sealed, and delivered to you before the market opened. Crazy. Anyway, this is wild. And I don't know what to say, but it is wild. And I appreciate all of you who joined in the alpha report before that coupon code expired.
How to use a drum auger to snake out a bathroom drain. Now, I gotta tell you, this is a job you can easily do yourself. Let's go over everything we need for the job. You're gonna need a bucket. The bigger the bucket, the better, right? You definitely want safety glasses, and I can't stress this enough. You never know what's in that drain. It could be a drain cleaner, and you want to protect your eyes in the event of any kind of splashback. Have rubber gloves, plenty of shop cloths, have a drop cloth, because there's gonna be some water, okay? Now, these are the tools. Now, you're not gonna need all three, but I wanna show you what the options are. Now, this drum auger, that's what this is called, is probably the least expensive drum auger you can purchase. Probably about $10 at a hardware store. It'll do the job, but it only has a cable 15 feet long. So if your clog is further down the line, this may not be the tool for you. Now the next drum auger, this is a step up because it's got a handle, it's easier to hold, and it's metal, and it's got a longer cable. Inexpensive as well. You can pick that up at any home improvement store or hardware store as well. Now the last one on the end here, this is a commercial drum auger. You can rent these things. Chances are you're not going to own one, right? Now what these are used for are for blockages that are heavy duty blockages, and they're far down the line because it's got a very long cable. Plus it has a very aggressive end so that it can really catch hold of that clog and dislodge it. Now today we're going to be using this one right here in the center, so let's get started. Now I'm in the bathroom where we're going to snake out the drain. Now this is a vanity style bathroom sink. What I like about it is I was able to remove the doors so I can access this P-trap. That's what this is. So I'm going to have to remove it, and I don't want any obstacles. So normally you might have to put a pipe wrench on these nuts to remove the P-trap. Now I've loosened them ahead of time to make it easier. You got to be careful because this thing is full of water. There's my bucket there. I'm going to get this out of the way because it's unnecessary. Okay, now comes time to snake out our drain. What we want to do is we want to take this thumb screw and loosen it, because that's going to allow us to pull out our snake. So what we're going to do is we're just going to start pushing it through the pipe until I meet resistance. Once I meet resistance, then I'm going to tighten up this thumb screw. Now I've met resistance, so normally when you meet resistance, that means either you've reached a bend in the pipe or you've met the blockage. Now you want to be about, I don't know, about 6 inches away from the pipe opening. I'm going to tighten the screw up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to spin that auger bit, and it's going to like drill through the blockage. And the way you do that is you turn the handle as you push forward. Now you want to hold on to the end. I'll loosen the nut, pull it out just a little bit, tighten the nut back up, and repeat the process. Once you feel that you've made it through the blockage, what you want to do is loosen that screw and just pull it back in. And that's all it takes. Now I'll reattach my P-trap, and we'll run the drain to make certain that it's running clearly. So we've cleared the clog. The water ran very freely. I've checked my connections. They're nice and tight, but most importantly, they're dry.
So here's what we're looking at today. We've got a stopped up bathtub. You can see all that nasty stuff sitting in the bottom. Let's try to get this unclogged. You can see they tried to use a plunger. We're gonna go ahead and use our Rigid Power Spin Plus. Okay, this little snake is a great little tool for homeowner and DIY. So come along, let's get to fixing. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this drain. It's just a sit and twist, so just push it down, and you'll be able to screw it out. Let's grab some needle nose, just see if we can get right down in here. See, there's something right there we can grab. No, there's little stuff, but there's not just a big hairball or something right there. That's the first thing I like to try. Second thing is we're just gonna go ahead and grab a Phillips head screwdriver. When removing this overflow assembly, there might be 2 screws on here. This particular one just has 1, and we're gonna go right down this. Okay, we're gonna skip trying to get down in here, get all nasty, try to make that bend. We're gonna go right here and should have no problem clearing this out. And you can see these 2 right here. This is just an adapter to put a new trim plate on this. We'll leave that alone, we don't even have to touch it. We can just either go from the top or from the bottom side of this plate. I'm gonna set this back down in here. I set that back down in there, kind of catty corner. I want the water to drain, but I don't want none of this nasty stuff going back in there, okay? Then we'll just grab our snake here. One of my favorite things about this particular snake, well, one, it attaches to any drill. You can use it, it comes with a hand crank, or you can use it with a drill. But the biggest thing I like is that it comes with this little handle right here as well, and it's a feeder. And it'll feed it forward and backwards for you. You don't really have to get messy. It's why I'm only using these little cheap gloves. If you're gonna be doing a lot of handling of the snake itself, you want some leather gloves. Okay, but in this instance, this is one of the reasons why I like this. As long as you go slow, take your time, you should be able to clear this and not have a big mess. You wanna make sure your drill is in forward, make sure that it's locked onto the drum. I don't like to have a lot of snake exposed whenever I'm doing this, just a little bit. Kind of get up as close as you can. Oh, it's already started draining. You hear it? So you can see it, I probably already grabbed what it was. We're gonna run down a little bit further and then we'll pull it out though. There we go. That we're through the trap at that point. Now we'll just take this and just pull it back. It's back. Oh yeah. And there's what we're looking at. Nice big old ball of funky hair. I don't want to put any of this dirty stuff back in here, okay? I'm not a fan of that. I just assume take a couple minutes, let it drain, we'll clean all this out, and then we'll fill it and dump it a couple times and make sure it's good. While that finishes draining, we'll go ahead and get this put back together. In case you didn't know why this is shaped the way it is, right? You can see that there's actually a gap here and here. Well, this goes on the bottom, and this is so your tub, this is for your overflow, right? Because this is actually called your tub overflow. So right here, this is just to make sure that your tub doesn't overflow. So if water gets to this point, it's just gonna continuously go down this drain right here and not flood your bathroom. So we'll just get this put back in. We're getting to the end, it's good. Get that on there nice and tight, and now we can start cleaning all this. Now we'll pop the drain back in. This particular drain, if you set it all the way down inside it and twist it as far as it will go to the right, it will actually lock in place. Then we'll start cranking up some hot water here to get this going. So that's halfway. Let's see what we got there. Oh yeah, we got that vortex swirling. This is gonna be good, rock and roll here. Once again, the Power Spin Plus saved us, okay? You guys, great little tool for DIY. It made this job super easy, in and out very quickly, and drains like a boss. I really hope the videos are helping. If you could please subscribe, click that like button. Check us out on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. You know, we're just trying to help people. We hope we're doing that. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again real soon.
Hi guys, today's video is going to be on how to properly use a drum style or canister style auger. This guy right here is my personal auger that I've used for over 10 years, paid for itself multiple times over. This one only has a manual option, and this kind of Cadillac of manual augers can also use a drill for a powered option, but it's also self-feeding as well. So we'll bring it a little bit closer, show you how both of these augers work. They'll take you inside, we'll auger a kitchen sink, bathroom basin, a tub, and a laundry standpipe. So let's get started. For the manually operated non-self-feeding drum style auger, loosen off the start-stop set screw, extract some cable, and insert it into the drain. Once the cable hits resistance, leave roughly 6 to 8 inches of cable outside of the drain and tighten up the set screw. Then begin to spin in a clockwise direction with a slight forward pressure. Once those 6 to 8 inches of cable are now inside the drain, loosen off the set screw and repeat the process until the blockage breaks free. Remove in the reverse order. For the self-feeding drum style auger, the set screw is replaced with a trigger. Once the trigger is depressed, the cable will automatically feed out if the drum is spun clockwise and return if spun counterclockwise. To use the power option on this model, the handle is simply removed by depressing tabs on each side of the base of the handle. Before connecting the drill, turn the drill to low speed mode if you have that option. Turn the clutch to one of the lowest settings. This will allow the clutch to slip if the cable was to catch and bind, reducing the chance of damaging the auger or injury. Attach and tighten the drill to the auger. Use the same operating techniques explained earlier, but now use the drill to spin the drum. If you find the clutch slipping without much force, increase the clutch setting 1 or 2 notches at a time, testing each adjustment. Control the speed by lightly depressing the trigger on the drill. 500 RPM and under is recommended. Now that we have a better understanding on how to effectively and safely 1 or 2 notches at a time, testing each adjustment. But now use the drill to spin the drum. If you find the clutch slipping without much force, increase the clutch setting 1 or 2 notches at a time, testing each adjustment. Control the speed by lightly depressing the trigger on the drill. 500 RPM and under is recommended. Now that we have a better understanding on how to effectively and safely operate a drum style auger, let's get to work. Under this sink is an easy access cleanout. This is not a clogged sink and is for demonstration only. If your sink is backed up into the basins, have towels and a bucket ready when disconnecting the drainage, because any water above the cleanout is going to rush back at you. I'm starting with the manually operated self-feeding auger. Insert the cable until you hit resistance, depress the trigger, and spin clockwise. Repeat as needed. Running the hot water while you are augering is helpful in flushing away any debris loosened off and helps clean the cable as well. Make sure to dry off the cable as it's returned to the drum. Flushing the basins a few times once complete is also helpful in washing away any debris that might have been disturbed in the drain. Next, I'm demonstrating augering a bathtub through an overflow port. If you need a more detailed video on how to unplug a bathtub or sink, please see my video links at the end of this video. The same augering process applies for all drains. Here I'll demonstrate why it's important to only have 6 to 8 inches of cable exposed from the auger to the drain opening. If there's too much cable exposed, it can possibly bind and whip back at you, causing injury or the cable to kink and possibly snap. Next is a 2-inch laundry standpipe. This is going to be the max diameter of drainage that these 1/4-inch cable augers are designed for. 1/4-inch cable works best on 1.25 to 2-inch drainage. Here's a bathroom basin with no cleanout, so the P-trap will have to be removed. Again, I'll be using the same augering technique as all the other fixtures. Just a side note, many plumbers recommend disinfecting and oiling the cable after each use to prolong its life. To be honest, I've never oiled this auger, so in the end it's your choice. When it comes to larger, more expensive mainline augers, I do recommend oiling those. Well guys, thanks for watching, and hopefully this video gave you a better understanding on how to use these augers safely and effectively. And like always, if this video helped you out, liking, commenting, subscribing is always greatly appreciated. Till next time. Hi guys, Pat the Plumber here, and in today's video we're going to go through 4 different techniques on how to free up a slow-moving or clogged tub and shower drain. Well guys, I threw together this quick little mock-up so we have a better understanding of what's in behind the tub and what actually we're going to be doing. So right here we have our tub drain, which flows down into a TY, into a P-trap, and then a trap arm. Above that is your overflow with overflow cap. The most common place for it to clog is actually in the tub drain itself, because there's a cross member in here that the hair can get caught on. For that, we'll just use a pair of needle nose pliers and remove the hair that way. The second most common place for it to clog is in the trap, and for that we'll be sending an auger down through the overflow. It's very important when we do take the overflow cap off, there's this gasket that's wedged between the drain and the back of the tub, that this does not fall in the back behind the tub, as if you don't have an access panel, you'll be in search of a new gasket. The first method requires removing the stopper and pulling out the hair with a set of pliers. It is common for hair to become caught on the cross section of this style of drain assembly. The second method usually yields the best results, as a hand auger is used to make direct contact with the blockage. Remove the screw from the overflow cover. Make sure to block off the drain so the screw doesn't fall in. Once the cover is removed, thread the screw back in. This will ensure the gasket between the tub and the drain won't fall behind the tub. In this example, I'm using a drum-style manual auger on a slow-draining tub. Release the cable lock on the auger by loosening the set screw. Feed the cable down into the drain until it becomes difficult. Tighten up the set screw with roughly 6 to 8 inches of cable exposed. Leaving too much cable out can cause the cable to bind or coil back on itself. Spin the drum clockwise while applying light forward pressure. Once moved forward, loosen the set screw and repeat the process until the cable spins freely or the water level starts to go down. Remove the cable in the reverse order, or if it can be pulled back freely, it can be fed back into the drum. The third method is the plunger technique. With the overflow cover and stopper removed, place a rag into a plastic bag and plug off the overflow. This will stop the air from being forced up through the overflow once we start plunging the drain. If you have a flange plunger, as seen here, fold the flange inside. This will allow for a better seal against the tub. Push the plunger firmly against the bottom drain opening. Plunge straight down and up without allowing the plunger to lift away from the tub until the last stroke. With any luck, the blockage should become dislodged. This method works best with standing water. Once everything is put back together, it's a good idea to flush the drain with hot water. The final method is chemical and should be used as per manufacturer's instructions. It is by far the most used method by DIYers. It can in fact work, but I've seen many negative effects from this method, such as melted or corroded piping due to letting the chemical sit too long, or burns to the hands and face. If contacting a plumber after unsuccessfully using chemical, for their safety, always inform them that it has been chemicaled. If it's a shower-only drain that's clogged, the same plunging and augering methods can be used. Before removing the drain cover, tape over the drain holes, as the screws can easily fall through the holes. As you can see here, there was a large ball of hair right at the surface. I also sent down the hand auger to ensure the trap was clear as well. Flush the drain with hot water to clear any hair that might have been dislodged when augering. The final step is to reinstall the drain cover. If you're having continuous problems with hair clogging your tub or shower, strainers can be purchased at most hardware stores. Well guys, thanks for watching my video, and like always, if this video helped you out, liking, commenting, subscribing is always greatly appreciated. Till next time. The method is chemical and should be used as per manufacturer's instructions. It is by far the most used method by DIYers. It can in fact work, but I've seen many negative effects from this method, such as melted or corroded piping due to letting the chemical sit too long, or burns to the hands and face. If contacting a plumber after unsuccessfully using chemical, for their safety, always inform them that it has been chemicaled. If it's a shower-only drain that's clogged, the same plunging and augering methods can be used. Before removing the drain cover, tape over the drain holes, as the screws can easily fall through the holes. As you can see here, there was a large ball of hair right at the surface. I also sent down the hand auger to ensure the trap was clear as well. Flush the drain with hot water to clear any hair that might have been dislodged when augering. The final step is to reinstall the drain cover. If you're having continuous problems with hair clogging your tub or shower, strainers can be purchased at most hardware stores. Well guys, thanks for watching my video, and like always, if this video helped you out, liking, commenting, subscribing is always greatly appreciated. Till next time.
Alright, I'm here at the supermarket and on buying the cheapest, getting most expensive product. Alright, so I got the drain declogger here. It says foaming pipe drain declogger. Dragon works in 7 minutes. Instant foaming action. Kills cockroaches, sanitizes, kills 99% of germs, and safe on most pipes. Okay, it says here, open both caps and pour the entire content of bottle into clogged pipe. Expanding foam indicates clearing of pipe in progress. For best results, allow overnight for treatment. Or, yeah, it says 7 minutes. Okay, I'll give it about an hour or so. Okay, do not mix or add hot water. Avoid aluminium surfaces. Avoid contacts with skin. Wear gloves. And yeah, if you come into contact, run through running water, yada yada yada. Do not inhale vapor. For that, I'll turn on the exhaust fan, which I have here. There you go. And yeah, keep away from kids. So both into the sink. Okay, so it's been half an hour and I've got a bit of chopsticks here. Let's see what happened. Looks like I pushed up all the hair and the gunk, and the hair is now soft. So I think it did something. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a bucket right here. I'm going to fill it with water, and the idea is to push all the gunk down into the drains below. And check it out. So as you can see, vinegar and baking soda does not work. Okay, sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda, and vinegar, which is acetic acid, forms something called sodium acetate. It is water soluble, but also forms these crystals inside your pipes, which may worsen the clog. Now go and get yourself a chemical solution, a drain declogger from the supermarket or something, and that would work much better. But if that doesn't work, it means you have to open up your pipes. Click up here for that video. I'll teach you how to open your pipes and solve that. But in the meantime, I hope you guys take care. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care.
What's up, YouTubers? Johnny DIY here. Today I'm going to be showing you guys 5 easy and proven methods on how to unclog your bathtub or your shower drain. Maybe it's completely stopped up, or maybe it's just slowly draining. We're going to fix it. But if you guys are new to my channel, please do me a favor and click the subscribe and notification bell so you can get all my new upcoming videos. And let's get to this one. So this one is slowly draining. I'll show you that in a minute with some water. But if you don't have one of these, I suggest getting one of these metal mesh screens for the drain. This will catch a lot of hair, and this will save you from getting a lot of clogs in the future. If you have one of those little pop-up drain stoppers, you just have to remove that and then put the mesh strainer in. I have a video on how to remove that. Usually you can just twist it and pull it out. Sometimes you have to take, there's a cap right here on the top, and sometimes you have to unscrew that first, and there'll be one screw underneath it, and then you have to remove that screw. And then if you want to take a bath or something, you just get one of these rubber drain stoppers to plug it up. I also want to mention, if you've tried and used any drain cleaners, make sure you wear safety glasses and hand protection, because some of that caustic drain cleaner is really acidic and it'll be still stuck in your pipes, and you don't want that flying back in your face and your eyes and your hands, so be really careful if you've used any of that. The first method I'm going to show you is we're going to remove any obstructions from the drain. You always want to start with the easiest method first and then work yourself up from there. Sometimes things can actually get stuck down in these drains, especially if you don't have a cover on them or anything. I've found shampoo bottle caps wedged down inside the drain, plugging them up before, but we're going to first just start go ahead and pulling away any hair or anything. You can go ahead and use some needle nose pliers to pull up any of that old hair or anything. They make this little plastic snake tool. I'll go ahead and put a picture here for you guys. And I'm going to go ahead and put links down in the description to all the other tools and supplies I'm using today. They're only a few dollars. You can get one of those. I like to use a piece of electrical wire I always have on hand. And I just go ahead and put a little hook on the end. Like that. You could use a piece of coat hanger too. And I like to fish out all the hair and the gunk. Oh yeah, there's a bunch in here. So what happens is hair and soap scum builds up. See, even with that strainer, still some hair getting through. And some other people have recommended using some hemostat pliers, I think they call them. I think they're medical pliers, but they have a long, skinny kind of snout. So you can fish it backwards that way too, because that's the way your drain's going to go. Oh yeah, look at that. I might be able to get it all this method. Oh yeah. That hook really helps on the end. I'm going to show you guys all the other methods. But like I said, I always want to start with the easiest one first, right? Oh wow, look, after just a short few minutes, look at all this disgusting hair and gunk we got. I bet you this was it. Okay, method number 2 is the plunger method. I like these plungers. I have this extra seal on the bottom. I recommend these. And what we're going to need to do is remove this little overflow cover here. This is for my split. You pick a wet rag and jam it in this hole right here so you get a really tight seal. Let's put some water in here so you may have gotten it already. Blowing pretty good. I think we may have gotten it. But if it's slowly draining, you're going to want to fill up the tub with some water so that you can get some good pressure on pushing down the plunger.
And then you're going to want to try plunging it and then just letting it out. Like that. You just give it a few pumps, then pull up.
And this method works a lot of the time to get minor clogs. Okay, the next easy method is using the garden hose and a drain bladder. I've got a video clip I'll show you in just a short second, but I'm going to explain how it works. You hook it up to the end of your regular garden hose. If you don't have a garden hose, you can hook it up to a sink as well. And you're going to run that hose to the drain, and the bladder goes in the drain. And while the water's running, the bladder expands and creates pressure right there. And it's going to feed the water into the pipes until the pressure keeps building and building, and then hopefully it's going to push that clog right down and out of the drain. The same thing applies with that method. You're going to have to cover up the overflow so it can really build up that pressure.
Got this attachment you attach right here to the end of your hose. This attachment goes on to the end
of this, and what that'll allow us to do is stick it right on this sink fitting right here and get our garden hose through the big end, right onto the end of that. This adapter goes right over the whole bladder. Place it right in the bottom of our drain, and it fits right in that hole. Okay, now he's gonna turn it on. Don't be afraid of the noise it makes, that's normal. Plug this up. Alright, I think I got it. Go ahead and turn it off. Alright, as I was holding it, I could feel the pressure coming back up, and then all of a sudden I felt it let loose. So it's just gonna drain out now.
I really like that method, and the tool is fairly inexpensive. The next method is by using a shop vacuum. Maybe you guys have one of these laying around already, so you don't have to buy a tool. Go ahead and remove, if you have a filter bag, and if you have a filter, remove both of those. And you're gonna put it on the suck function, and you're gonna take your hose, and you're gonna make a good seal. Hopefully your hose fits a nice tight seal. If it doesn't, you can do the rag trick again to make a nice tighter seal. You could cut a piece of rubber out and put that on there. You just wanna get a good seal so that you can try and suck that clog out. If you have standing water, you're gonna go ahead and suck all that out first. Just be sure not to overflow your vacuum and empty it out periodically, as it'll get really heavy. If the sucking method doesn't work with your vacuum, you're gonna take your hose, you're gonna switch it around to the exhaust side of your shop vacuum, and by reversing it, now it's gonna blow air through here. You're gonna try the same thing, and you're gonna try and push that clog out. I recommend trying to suck the clog with the shop vac first and remove all the standing water before you try and blow it, so you don't make a big mess with all the dirty water blowing back up. I really like this method because most people already have shop vacuums on hand, and it does work really well, especially if you have a larger shop vacuum that has a lot of power. Now sometimes you can try all these methods and it just doesn't work. Maybe the clog is just too big or it's too far down the line. The tried and true method I've used is using a drain snake. Now they sell these in a lot of different ways. They sell them, this is an auger style one, this one is powered, but I have used just a regular old auger snake by hand. Let me show you a clip of me using that real quick. Go ahead and just turn this set screw, lock the snake in place. Go ahead and turn it to get past that stuck, and then just keep pushing. Alright, there we go, about 5 minutes of snaking down here. The plug just undid, now all the water's going down. You also make those with a little attachment that you can hook up your regular drill to and make it powered. I like this one, which is really cool. It's got like the drill built into the auger, and it's battery operated, so it's all cordless and everything. This one's made by Vivor. I'll go ahead and put a link down in the description to one of these for you guys to check out. Not very expensive. Alright, so let me show you how to use it. So this is the end of your snake, the wire right here. This is going to go down the overflow right here. It's not going to go down the drain. You're going to have an easier time running it through down this overflow. So you just feed it in by hand. Even though this one's powered, just feed it in by hand. Just keep feeding it in by hand. Once you hit an obstruction, you're going to set it to go forward, the trigger. Until it moves past that obstruction, you can feel it. You can keep feeding it in. I like to feed it in by hand as much as I can. When you hit another obstruction, feed it in a little more. This also has a power feed right here. If I hold the trigger while it's spinning and do the power feed, I can feed it in. I like to hand feed it as much as I can. That helps to prevent it from getting snagged as much. Now the cool thing with using the snake is, if it's just slowly draining, go ahead and fill the tub up. You want that standing water because as soon as you hit that clog with the snake, it's all going to come rushing down. All the water's going to start draining. You're going to hear it too. So then you know you don't have to keep feeding it down the line. They make these in different lengths. This is a 25 footer. Then you're just going to pull it back out, take the battery out or unplug it. Don't want to get your hand snagged on one of these power augers. But almost all the time, you're going to get a bunch of hair and gunk on the end of this. Holy cow. And as always, the culprit is almost always hair. Look at all that hair. That's gross. So let's go ahead and run this thing full blast to make sure we got it. Run it really hot, hot water. Alright, looks like it's draining great. Now, bonus little method you can do is you can go ahead and boil some water and pour that down the drain after you get it kind of loosened up. That hot water is going to help dissolve any soap scum buildup or any gunk built up on the side of the pipes and loosen that up and flush it down. Alright, awesome. Now I just need to clean the tub. So hopefully you guys found this video helpful. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. If you have any questions or comments, go ahead and leave those down below and I'll get back to you. And if you're new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe and click that bell notification. That way you can get all my new upcoming videos. That really helps me out. I just want to thank you guys for watching Johnny DIY. Keep on doing it yourself and take care.
Necesito ir a darme un baño. Los dejo con musiquita. Buena. A ver. Vamos a poner... se oyen igual.
Despiértate, puñet. Vas a llegar tarde, pendejo. Despiértate, puñetas.
lógica, ¿verdad? Yo también lo creo.
Vas a llegar.
Today we're going to be testing 5 commonly used drywall anchors and 1 top secret one to see if they can live up to manufacturer's specs or if they're going to fail. The first one we will try is your basic drywall anchor, rated at 29 pounds. As we can see, the drywall anchor expands a little bit, and that expansion is really all there is that stops it from pulling out of the drywall. So good thing this is only rated for 29 pounds. I'm going to start by gently placing 25 pounds on here to see if it can hold that. I should really be in steel toes today. So it appears to be handling that no problem. Let's add a little more on here. So at 30 pounds, it should still be fine because it was rated for 29. No problem at 30 whatsoever. Let's go to 35. It looks like it's starting to fail. So you can see that light there is starting to pull out of the wall, and that technically is failing because it's only a matter of time before it actually falls. 25 or 50, we are at 50 pounds now. It hasn't ripped out of the wall, but it is definitely pulling straight down. Okay, 60 pounds. Friction is an amazing thing. That's all that's holding it right now. So this would not be safe. It has obviously failed, but it's still not falling out. 80 pounds. Finally, at 80 pounds, it falls down. So these ones absolutely passed the test. Next, we're going to be moving on to these spiral guys. So these ones are rated at 63 pounds, and we will start right away at 60 pounds. Whew. Okay, it's holding it. Even though I want to go at 10-pound increments, we're going to do 5 because I wouldn't want you guys to say it failed at 70, not 65. But I'd say it's lived up to its spec at this point. It's 65 pounds. The spiral guy is holding up just fine. That is not failing. This is 75 pounds, rated at 63. It's a little sus, but it's still holding. 80 pounds. It's technically failing. It's still in the wall, but that's enough for me to consider it failing now. So 15 pounds above, it has started to fail. 95 pounds. Okay. So it took an extra 30 pounds to get your regular corkscrew anchor to fail. Not too bad, actually. Okay, next we've got these ones, which I really don't like. It says on the package that you just hammer these in, but that just blows out the backside. That is not how it looks on the package. I'm gonna use my discretion and drill it through because I know it will do a better job. Oh, man. So I tried doing it by pre-drilling it, but it hasn't been working out. In fact, I haven't gotten one of these to work yet. Okay, so that was a struggle, as you can see by all the holes to the right of me. I'm actually scared to even let this go with my feet anywhere near it. Okay, we'll go up to 85, which is all these claim to be able to hold. Okay, yeah, technically it's doing 85, but I wouldn't use it to hang something over my bed. 90 pounds. Okay, 100 pounds. So yeah, so far these have been the worst performing ones in terms of actually going over their limit. It barely did its job up to spec, and I wouldn't trust it to actually hold what it was holding up to spec. I think it would rip out over time, but they also suck to install, as you can see. A lot of them were failing on me, so yeah, I don't like these ones at all. There's way better options. Next, we have toggle bolts rated up to 95 pounds. I really like toggle bolts. We can easily start with just 245s here. 1, 2, I don't know. Don't really like that too much, but let's keep going. It is holding. This definitely isn't gonna rip through the wall. I just don't really like it, but now let's really put it to the test. So we got 90, at 100 pounds, it's still holding. It's sturdy. Let's go straight up to 20 pounds heavier than its recommended weight. No, it's pretty solid. Okay, 35 pounds. Not bad. 135. It slumped down, but if you were using something that maybe had like a plywood backer, or if you used 2 of the actual toggle bolts, this would probably be staying put and not be starting to slope like that. So technically it's failed, but in terms of actually holding something up and not letting it come out of the wall, it's doing a really good job. Okay, let's put it up to 150. Yeah, 160. It's still not failing. Oh. That one was more exciting. But yeah, it takes a lot more drywall with it too. That was really good. I believe in the power of toggle bolts. Okay, zip toggles. I haven't tried these ones for a while. They're nice and sturdy. It's the same general concept, but with a better design. Okay, we'll go straight away with 100 pounds. Well, hopefully this cord can actually hold these weights. I think that's gonna fail. Whew, nope, good. So I have faith in this one, and I'm gonna go straight to 25 pounds. I think this one's actually quite strong. Awesome, no problem. Okay, no problem. I love it when a product performs way better than it advertises. So yeah, zip toggles, real good. It's still good. I'm telling you, this is a good product. Again, still showing no signs of failing, and I'm running out of space on my hook. Let's just add another 25, shall we? Okay, I don't even know where we're at here. We're so far above its limit. 15 pounds more. Running out of space on that hook. Can you just fail already? Okay, another 35 pounds on top of what is already so far past its limit, and it's pulling it out sideways too, which is like extra weight. Okay, this one's gonna do it. This one's gonna do it. Oh my god. 200. This made it up to 200 pounds, almost double its expected weight, before we added 35 more pounds just to get it over with. So that is very impressive when something performs more than double its actual expected performance. Okay, these next ones got sent to me like 3 years ago, and I just didn't have the right time and opportunity to actually use them for anything, so I'm really sorry to the dude who sent them. I feel like his name was Gary. I have no idea. It's been way too long. G-Fix, the ultimate wall cavity fixing. So yeah, let's see how strong these ones are. Wow, yeah, it's gonna be strong. This thing's intense. I need something big to cover it though, that's the only downside. Look at that holding power on the back, that's crazy. So I didn't even see an actual weight rating on that, so we're gonna be finding this one out by ourselves. I'm guessing that we'll just start with 100 pounds right off the bat. Yeah, easy, no problem. So 135 next. Yeah, 135, easy peasy. 170 next. Whew. Okay, it's showing signs of strain, but it's holding 170 pretty well. If you can see the screw is angled down, I'd say it's kind of close to maxed out at 170. We're gonna go to 200 next. I put some safety glasses on because I feel like what could happen is the screw could rip out and go flying, and that would be uncomfortable. Okay, 200 pounds and holding. That's pretty good. Good job, Gary from G-Fix. Scared of this thing right now. 225. With more weight comes a lot more sketchiness here. 225. Oh, it's gonna go. That's gonna go for sure. I heard it totally collapse at the back. I don't even know how I can get anything more on here but to just like put it on it. I'm just gonna tuck this one in there. 230. 235. Oh, it's gonna go, I hear it. No, I'm scared to even put my hands there. That thing's gonna rip out with so much force. Okay, I'm letting go. Oh man. Ah, like it's going. It's totally pulling through the wall, but it's just a matter of time until it actually goes. Okay, there it goes, there it goes. Just go already. That was pretty good. Whew. Okay, so Gary from G-Fix. Yeah, yours win, definitely. Those zip ones were pretty darn good, but these ones did win. So I'd say those are easily rated for 150 pounds each. Like if you used 4 of them well spaced with maybe like a plywood backer to hang, you can hang some pretty heavy things off that. Easily those are 150 each for sure. But yeah, that was fun to see where things failed. Almost everything went well past what the manufacturer specced, except for those dumb little metal ones that are supposed to expand inside the wall. If you want a whole bunch of holes in your wall and to possibly not have what you're hanging stay on the wall, use those dumb metal ones. I'm sure some of you guys love them, but yeah, I found those to be the most frustrating by far. It was really interesting to see how everything held up, but that's about all I have to say, you guys. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this video. Now you have some good idea as to what anchors are worth using, what aren't. I want to say thanks for watching. Hope your projects are going well, but I hope you're doing even better. Till the next one.
Alright guys, we're gonna do something fun. I built this fake wall here, 16 inches on center, half-inch drywall. You can see how it's screwed off. Obviously that's not gonna be our failure point. We are gonna test some wall hanging devices, and we're gonna find out how much weight they can actually hold. We're gonna do everything from a thumbtack to a nail to a screw to an actual hanger, all the way up into some big stuff. We can also go behind the wall and see what the outcome is in terms of the designs. And then we've got a nice little weight hanger. So we already hung some bolts up in here earlier on a different project. So we're gonna go ahead and get going, and we're gonna start with little stuff and go up from there. Alright guys, here's the suspects. We're gonna start with thumbtack, then we're gonna start with a plain small nail. We're gonna do this nail at a flat, we'll say perpendicular to the wall, and also at say a 45-degree angle. We're then going to go up to a little bit bigger nail, then a little bit bigger nail. From there, we're going to try a screw, just a drywall screw into drywall. We're going to try a actual picture hanger, a slightly larger picture hanger. And those are all pretty much gonna be your picture hanging devices. We're gonna try one of these screw-in anchors with a screw. We are gonna try one of these. These are neat. I don't really like them, but they're a cool idea. You actually hammer these in and then screw them in, and these expand. And we're gonna show you behind the wall too, really cool. We're gonna try these ones, which I've never seen before. Got these at Walmart. You hammer these in, and then when you put the screw in, this bends or something. Interesting to see what that does. And then the good old-fashioned toggle bolt at a 3/8 of an inch. I'm sorry, at a 1/8 of an inch toggle bolt. And we're gonna install that a couple different ways and see what kind of strength we can get out of that.
I wonder which one's gonna last.
We're gonna start with the simple thumbtack. Obviously, we don't expect much out of the thumbtack. I'm gonna just start it there. Push it in all the way flat. I am gonna try to load it as flat to this plane as possible, so we are gonna really be trying to test the shear force. Obviously, a thumbtack can only hold shear force; it can't hold any pull-out force. Then we're gonna move up to some other stuff and load it out here and see what the twisting out of the wall force means. I do have this metal bracket so that we can apply weight. We'll call that pound. We are gonna start with 2.5 pounds on a thumbtack. It's actually doing pretty good. Kids, make sure you stay back if this falls. I don't want it to smash all over our toes. Let's do this. I'm gonna put this garbage can down here that maybe it would fall into. Okay, 2.5 pounds on a thumbtack. Pretty amazing. 5 pounds on a thumbtack. It is starting to lean forward out of the wall. Let's say we simulated your kids fighting and banging on the wall. It's holding. It's coming out. It wants to come out, but it's holding on for dear life. All right. Abby, come in here real quick. Show how far it's leaned out of the wall. So you took the 2.5 pounds off, guys. I'm gonna put a 5 pounder on there. Woo, that's so scary. There's a 5 pounder. I think it's about done. Here's another 2.5, and that is definitely going to be failure. I'm gonna stop that before it falls and bust my toe. So guys, looks like you can go up to about 6 pounds. 7.5 is what finally ruined it. Next is gonna be the small nail. Yeah, that's about 45. And we're gonna gently put it in so that you have just enough sticking out. It's about a 1/2 inch sticking out here, guys, so that you can see what will be in the wall. All right. Now I know that this is gonna hold more than the thumbtack. So let's go ahead. Let's start with 5. Woo. Let's go to 10. Oh, so it's holding. It completely deflected there. Drywall starting to sag down. Let me give it a little more. I'm gonna hammer it in a little bit further. I feel like that was gonna help. Okay, wait. Thanks for watching. Any subscriptions, comments, likes, anything helps me out. I love you guys a lot. I'm surprised it actually is. Little metal frame is like stopping the nail from twisting. Let's see if we can add an extra 2.5 on it. That looks like that's it. So yeah, so that's it, guys. Looks like in terms of things that require drywall, pull it out by hand. Looks like you're gonna be limited to about 15 pounds, but you can see we can bang on the wall, put lots of force on it. Didn't seem to make a difference.
Feeding your curiosity, fueling our passion. Let's satisfy our quest for knowledge with today's question. A standard 2x4 wall stud can support around 1,000 to 1,500 pounds when using vertical loads, assuming the forces are directly applied downward and the stud is properly installed. However, for safety and specific circumstances, it's recommended to consult structural engineering guidelines or a professional. Your daily dose of discovery ends here, but the journey of learning never stops. Subscribe and join us again for more answers tomorrow.
The US Framing Design Guide indicates that a 2.4 meter long, or 8 feet, 2x4 should be able to carry around 150 kilos or 330 pounds of concentrated force applied in midspan. Today, we put this to a test. Let's see just how trustworthy the engineering codes actually are. I bought a few 2x4s, randomly sampled from the lumberyard. To make the analysis more exhaustive, I studied the American, Canadian, and European engineering codes and determined what each one of them predicts for the carrying capacity of the 2x4. I know each code is designed for their own lumber markets, but in order to compare them, I have to apply them to one particular piece of wood. This makes the analysis a bit more confusing since the species and dimensions of the 2x4 are actually different across countries. I know it makes absolute no sense, but for example, in Europe, the actual dimensions of a 2x4 are 1 3/4 by 3 3/4, or 45 by 95 millimeters, whereas in North America, the size is 1.5 by 3.5, or 38 by 89 millimeters.
For an explanation to this insanity, check out my old video on the 2x4 dimensions. Before I show you my tests, let's apply the US code to the European 2x4. The approach is almost identical between the US, Canada, and Europe. As a designer, you're expected to perform a number of checks that satisfy strength and serviceability conditions. The serviceability requirements do not pose a direct threat to human life. They include limitations on deflection and vibration, which are concerned with the comfort of the occupants, but often do end up governing the design of beams. The strength requirements, on the other hand, if unchecked, could lead to severe consequences and possibly loss of life. In this video, we will only concern with the latter. More specifically, we will look only at the bending capacity of the 2x4. The bending capacity for this loading case is computed by multiplying several coefficients together, each accounting for different environmental conditions. Keep in mind that this formula is specific to the case where a single point load is applied to the middle of the beam. For uniform load, the formula is slightly different. The most important values here are the section modulus S, which accounts for the size of the board, or more correctly, how difficult it is to bend this cross-section. FB is the other crucial factor, which captures the strength of the wood species and grade of lumber used. In this case, I'm using a European spruce 2x4, C14 grade. This corresponds to an unfactored capacity of 14 megapascals or 2000 psi of internal stress. This number is based on the 5th percentile strength, which we'll discuss a bit more later. Keep in mind that this is the pressure at which the wood grains are expected to rupture, which is different than the applied load denoted with PC here. The rest of the coefficients account for the type of structural system, moisture exposure, duration of loading, and so on. Let me know in the comments if you would like a more detailed video on that. While you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. There's a lot more testing on the way, so you don't miss out. Now back to the equation. Multiplying all the factors together gives the total code capacity of 296 kilos, or 653 pounds. Keep in mind that I'm applying the US code to a European 2x4, which is slightly larger, and the wood in Europe, for whatever reason, is graded insanely strong. A similar number is obtained using the Canadian code as well. The Euro code, on the other hand, predicts a carrying capacity of only 155 kilos, almost half of the strength predicted by the North American codes. The main discrepancy originates in the load duration factor, where the US code allows for the strength to be increased by 60% when the load is rapidly applied between 1 and 10 minutes, whereas the EU code does not account for that. In the long-term loading scenario, say 10 years or more, all codes converge to the same load value. The weakening of wood over time is a huge topic, firstly discovered by Wood in 1951, but that's a topic for another time. Now, let's see which code is right. I performed a total of 4 tests, which by no means is enough, but it does indicate a general trend. The state of the boards was quite poor, lots of large knots and damaged corners. The first 2x4 failed very abruptly at a peak load of 344 kilos, or 758 pounds. The failure originated from a large knot close to the loading point and came within 15% of the code rated capacity. I was blown away by the code accuracy, but this is just one sample, so I kept going. Board number 2 also looked quite poor, but still managed to exceed the code rated capacity. It is worth noting that the deflection was already quite excessive at around 300 kilos. I doubt anyone would be comfortable if their floors were to deform to this degree. But here we're testing the ultimate strength, so we'll ignore this horrific serviceability failure and keep going. Board number 2 reached a peak load of 601 kilo, or 1,325 pounds, before losing its stiffness, which is more than double the code capacity. Note that the failure here happens gradually. The peak weight was recorded as the maximum load capacity. Board number 3 had a slight twist to it, which got magnified as the loading progressed. The bottom side of the beam splintered at a peak load of 604 kilos, unbelievably close to the second test, which is very untypical for a highly variable material such as wood. The fourth test reached a mind-blowing 740 kilos, or 1,631 pounds, 2.5 times the rated capacity. Even though 4 tests are quite few for statistical analysis, it is clear that wood holds an ample reserve strength. Also, it is very evident that wood as a material has a highly variable capacity ranging from 340 to 740 kilos. The codes came in lower, at 155 and 300 kilos. Note that I'm investigating a European 2x4, but the North American codes predicted its strength with a much better accuracy. But the question remains, why are the codes so terribly off? Or are they? Before you declare engineering codes as canon, bear with me for a little longer. There is something that we didn't address properly. Let us go back to the capacity equation and revisit the strength factor. As I said earlier, this is the 5th percentile strength, which means that if I test 100 2x4s, the 5th weakest board should fail at the code rated loading. In other words, the value predicted by the codes are meant for the most hideous piece of wood, some of the worst 2x4s you would find, or in mathematical terms, the 5th percentile. So practically, we designed the whole structure based on the strength of the weakest link. You may argue that it's stupid to design structures for the weakest link since 2x4s never act alone. They are almost always in a structural system such as a stud wall or a floor where they act together as a unit. So even if one is weak, the rest will pick up the slack. This is a fair critique and one that the code takes into consideration. The US code in particular allows for a 15% increase in rated capacity when the 2x4s are used for floor assemblies. This is still far off from the average strength value, which based on our 4 samples was close to 572 kilos, almost twice the code capacity. Since I tested only 4 boards, chances are I did not test the weakest link, so I got a false sense of the strength of wood. Since wood is highly variable, as we saw earlier, its strength probability curve is spread out. In essence, it has high standard deviation, which pushes the tail of the curve containing the weakest link quite low, hence explaining why the code conservatively sets the capacity low. But regardless, in light frame construction, the quality of the connections and the skills of the framers are arguably more important for the sturdiness of the construction. Remember, this video is not an engineering advice. To help me produce more content, click the subscribe button. It costs nothing. See you next time.
Just about every form of modern construction uses drywall, so when it comes time to place that these anchors are not rated for this type of force, but in the real world, this type of scenario does occur. All the anchors actually did a respectable job. The Blue Hawk toggle and the Easy toggle cam exceeded their capacity in this test, which is very impressive. So after causing a lot of damage to quite a bit of drywall, I finally figured out which drywall anchor I like the best. I really like the Easy Anchor toggle. It's pretty easy to install, doesn't cost that much money, and it has a lot of strength. While some of the anchors cost a little bit less, they also cause just as much damage during installation and don't provide nearly as much support. So if that drywall anchor fails, then you're going to have some sheetrock repair work to do, which I don't like doing. I really have a lot of fun doing these videos. Just as a reminder, I'm not sponsored by any of these brands. I buy all the products for testing using my own funds. Just want to say thanks so much for recommending this video idea. If you have any video ideas, please let me know. 100% of my videos are viewer recommended, including that we used. This one expands and it's set up like the metal drywall anchor that we tested first. You press the tip of the snap screw anchor into the drywall using a number 2 Phillips screwdriver or screw gun. Drive the anchor clockwise into the drywall until the anchor stops flush with the outer wall surface. Place an item over the anchor and insert any fully threaded screw. Tighten screw flush with item. The Easy Anchor drywall toggle anchor is rated for 100 pounds. It's self-tapping, so once you drill it into the wall, the toggle pops out, then you tighten the screw and the toggle tightens up against the wall. So the Toggler High Performance Anchors, the Snap Toggle BA, is actually rated for 238 pounds in drywall and 802 pounds in concrete. It also has a wide range from 3/8 of an inch all the way up to 3 5/8 inches. It's designed for drywall, tile, concrete block, plaster, and more. There are 5 different steps. Step 1 is drill a 1/2 inch diameter hole, hold metal channel alongside the plastic straps, hold ends of straps between the thumb and the forefinger, and pull towards you until the channel rests flush behind wall or ceiling. Pull back and slide plastic cap along straps with the other hand until flange of cap is flush with the wall or ceiling. Snap straps at wall or ceiling by pushing side to side, snapping off straps level with flange of cap, then discard the straps. Place item over flange, insert bolt through item, and tighten until flush against item. That could experience direct pulling force. This test is very informative regarding behind wall or ceiling. Pull back and slide plastic cap, snapping off straps level with flange of cap, then discard the straps. Place item over flange, insert bolt through item, and tighten until flush against item. The purpose of the next test is to see how much force it takes to pull each one of the drywall anchors directly outward from the panels. So each one of these panels will be in a horizontal position, and we're applying the force directly upward to see how much force it takes to remove each one of the anchors. The amount of damage caused by this style of wall anchor isn't all that bad. It's about a 1/2 inch across. Very minimal damage to the back side of the sheetrock. The amount of damage caused by the second wall anchor is very comparable to the first. Up next, we'll be testing the self-tapping toggler.
out how much weight one of these framing nails can hold. So I'm just going to pull one of these nails out from the rack, and I'm going to use this nail to nail a little bit of timber above my head. And to start with, let's see if it's strong enough to hold me. Oh, that almost came out. And that was, 92 kilos. So I guess I'm just going to be adding on as much weight as I can until we find the breaking point of this nail. I really want to find how much weight that nail can really hold. And on top of that, we're going to be testing out so many different things to find out how much weight glues can hold, different screws can hold, plaster screws, zip ties, duct tape, whatever I can think of, we're going to be testing how much weight it can hold. Alright, that's pretty loose, so I'm going to replace the nail. And I'm going to add 10 kilograms to the test. Alright, that's 10 kilos added to the tool belt, and I hope I won't break it out doing this test. Alright, let's see how this goes. Easy cake. Let's just double check this weight too, because that chain has a bit of weight to it. So it's 1 or 2.7. So the chain that we're using is also adding about a kilo to the test. I'm going to add another 10 kilos and chuck on the 20 kilo plate. Very quickly we're going to find out what's stronger. Is it going to be me or this nail? That is impressive. Alright, so I'm adding another 10 kilo plate. Shit. This is going to break the belt. I'm not doing that pull up, but that nail is not budging. And that there was 122 kilos. Alright, surely this doesn't work now. Oh, my belt's going to break for sure. 132 kilos. I'm not pulling myself up, but I'm off the ground. That is insane. This video isn't sponsored or anything. But I'm going to shout out obvious cool code tool belt for not breaking under all this weight. I'm not going to lie, this nail is doing a lot better than I expected. The only reason it almost came off in the first test is I had both my hands gripping it the same way, and I actually ended up twisting it. Now for every test, I had one hand on this side, the other hand on that side, so the pulling force is evenly distributed on the timber. Ever since I started doing that, this hasn't budged. It's actually got me beat though. I need to start thinking of different ways to add more weight to that test. While I do that though, let's start setting up some of these glue tests. I've got 3 different types of adhesives that I want to test. First, we've just got interior wood glue. I'm not expecting a lot from this. We've also got selling slip nails. This is the extreme grab, so this can hold up to 400 kilograms per square meter. And on top of that, we've got the heavy duty stuff, and this can hold up to 1.5 tons per square meter. To test the adhesives, I'm going to screw a sheet of yellow tongue onto this wall, and I've cut 3 squares of fluorine, and we're going to be gluing these onto the sheet. And the way that we're going to test the weight of this square sheet fluorine is by bolting on this one bracket before we glue it onto the wall. The only issue with bolting these brackets on is that the heads of the bolts come out to the back of the fluorine, meaning you have a direct timber to timber fix when you glue them on. Now what I could do is just go through and drill 3 holes in this yellow tongue so that when we put the timbers together, the bolts aren't getting in the way. The only issue with that though is that if I glue this on and it slides down slightly, those bolts will be resting on the bottom of those holes. So instead of drilling holes, I need to go through and cover slit the entire way down to make sure that there's no way that the heads of these bolts are going to be influencing the test. So these squares of fluorine are 0.04 square meters. If we subtract the slot that we've done in the middle of these sheets here, we're going to have 0.033 square meters of connection when we glue these together. So with the surface area that we have, the heavy duty liquid nails should be able to hold 49.5 kilos, whereas the extreme grab should be able to hold up to 13.2 kilos. We're going to start with the heavy stuff on the left, and obviously as you can see, we're going to go quite heavy with the glue. So I'm going to sit that in there, I'm going to push it, and I'm going to move it around very slightly so we can move all that glue around. So obviously we've already got a fair bit of weight on this test with that right angle bracket. I'm going to check how much it weighs by quickly measuring myself again, which is 91.1, and then if I pick this up, we check the weight, and that's gone up to 92.6. So this is already 1.5 kilos that we're loading up onto the ball. Alright, so I've gone really heavy with that glue, and I'm just going to slot it in there, and I'm just going to loosely move it around to spread that glue around. And the best thing about that adhesive is it's actually already got a really strong bond, and I can let go of that straight away. And for the PVA glue, I put a smaller lighter bracket on. I've just screwed through this one and grinded off the back of the screws. I'm hoping the brackets are too heavy for this glue, but we're just going to load up the back of it. And once again, I'm going to go super heavy with the glue. Alright, so that's a ton of glue, let's slide it up on the board. Alright, that should hold it up until it dries. And for the PVA glue, the board with the bracket weighs about half a kilo. So hopefully when I remove that clean tomorrow, that doesn't drop down, and we can start weight testing these 3 glues. I'm going to leave these all here now for about a day so that they can dry. Actually, I hope I didn't bend my hammer doing that. I reckon I did. I don't know if you can tell, but I reckon I put 0.6. So this is already 1.5 kilos that we're loading up on both of the plaster screws that can hold up to 10 kilos off the back of the screws. I'm hoping the bracket isn't too heavy for this glue. Plaster sheets, and then to hold weight. Alright, to start with, we're going to get pushing it right now. I'm just going to do one at a time so the weight plates don't get in the way of each other. But we'll switch this over to the maximum. That's okay. That's 15 so far. I've ran out of room on the hook, so I'm going to add another hook up here. And let's see. Can do the 17.5. I'm going to change it for a 20. Alright, I think it's time to bring out the small plug. That's 20 kilos. We're going to go straight up to 30 kilos, which is still fine. Well, actually, no, that is really close and going right now. Right, so that went at 35 kilos. And for a product that claims to be able to hold 10 kilos, that is bloody impressive. We've gone back to the maximum one. I can't remember what weight we left off at, but I'm going to straight up throw a 20 kilo plate on, and we'll build up from there. And this is going to bring that weight up to 30 kilos, if it can hold on. That screw is so close from going. This is the exact weight that the ram set failed at. Can it do the 40 kilos? 42.5 out of the plasterboard. The only reason I'm really interested to see how much the 20 kilo plate. That's at 80 kilos right now. Alright, let's add some more weight to it. I'm actually a bit concerned with how much. This is my brain. I hope I don't break my dumbbell. 7 kilos. That's gone. That is, I'm impressed. Actually, I hope I didn't bend my hammer doing that. I reckon I did. I don't know if you can tell, but I reckon I put the slightest little curve in my hammer after loading that weight on it. Alright, I want to get back to testing how much weight this nail can hold. And this time I'm going to be using rope to hold even more weight off this nail, and hopefully we can find its breaking point. I'm going to go heavy with this one. I'm loading 40 kilos of weight plates on, and let's let go of that. I'm a bit worried about this falling, but with me, that turns that weight into 130 kilos. And that nail is still holding that. Got a couple 5s here, and that's making the total weight 140 kilos. Surely this is going to fall now. That is insane. It's 140 kilos on one nail. Alright, so this is 50 kilos hanging from the rope, and I'm adding myself 90 kilos. We're going to put in 140 kilos onto this nail. Surely this isn't going to stay in there. We found the breaking point. That nail can hold up to 140 kilos. Right, so I've left the glues to dry, and they're almost ready to test. Before we start throwing weight on that glue though, we're going to put in 140 kilos onto this nail. Surely this isn't going to stay in there. We found the breaking point. That nail can hold up to 140 kilos. Right, so I've left the glues to dry and they're almost ready to test. Before we start throwing weight on that glue though, I've got some zip ties and duct tape. We're also going to find out how much weight these can hold. I've just got some Crescent branded zip ties that we're going to be using. I've got 2 of them here and I'm going to join them together. And I'm going to put them around this door header and also hold up this rope which we're going to be using to load the weight. So the packaging does say that it's got a tensile strength of up to 22 kilograms. I'm just going to start straight up with 2 20-kilogram weight plates, and that's 20 kilograms to start with. Actually, that looks like it's struggling. I honestly had a feeling that these zip ties... Oh, never mind. To be honest, I had a feeling that these are going to blow me away with the weight they can hold. Turns out that didn't happen. Now for the duct tape, I'm actually going to set up 3 different tests. For the first test, I'm going to wrap it around the knob like this, and I want to have it a little bit loose at the bottom, and just go around once. And what I'm going to do is put the hook on there and see how much weight that can hold. So that one's the first test. For the second test, I want to go around this nog 5 times, and for this last test, we're going to wrap around the nog 15 times. And that feels quite sturdy. Let's see if we can hold the 2.5 kilo plate. That's actually really surprising me for a single piece of duct tape. This is 5 kilos. This is 7.5 kilos. To be honest, I thought this was going to break straight away. I've got a feeling that doing duct tape around the nog 15 times may have been a bit of overkill. This is 10 kilos. That's definitely going to go. Come on, that's 1 bit of duct tape. It's on the other side of the duct tape on my side. It's starting to rip apart. Yeah, now here we go. Shit, that was pretty impressive for 1 thing of duct tape. We're going to chuck on an easy 15 kilos to start with. 30 kilos. That's 60 kilos. Oh, I was just about to get more weight to it. That was 60 kilos. Shit. I can tell you with 5 things of duct tape held 60 kilos. Unfortunately, I'm not even going to be testing the 15 rolls. I don't have enough weight. And if I found enough weight to hang off this, it's probably going to go straight to the subfloor. It's actually been about 2 days since I put these up here, so they're well and truly dry. And now we're going to see how much weight they can hold, starting with the PVA glue. And with the bracket, it's already on about 0.5 of a kilo. And this is going to bring it up to 1.75. We've got 7.5 kilos. This is insane. I'm putting the second 20 kilo plate on. That's 40 kilos for the PVA glue. I've got 75 kilos with these two to get 77.5 kilos. I've completely underestimated how strong PVA glue is. 77.5 kilos. I'm at the point where I need to get creative on waist load weight onto this L bracket. I did not think I'd be able to do this with the PVA glue. We know that I weigh 92 kilos, and I'm going to stand in this and see if it can hold me. So 92 kilos with the PVA. And obviously I'm holding onto the stud for balance. But shit, that is all my weight on that PVA glue. This is 150 kilos with the PVA glue. And I'm going to let go. And that's holding all of that 150. Far out. So 87.5 plus a right angle bracket plus me makes this 180 kilograms and a potential broken ankle. 180 kilograms. And I'm pushing force down onto that PVA glue. And that is withstanding 180 kilos. Honestly, I don't think I've got a way to probably test all these adhesives out. I've got all my weight on these, jumping on them. And if the PVA glue can withstand everything it did, and there's no way I'm pulling that off. There's no chance that we're going to get these two off the wall. I've done the same test with the 650 PC over here. I've actually loaded it up with, what's this, 72.5 kilos. And I've had that weight sitting there for about 6 to 7 hours as well, just hoping that over time it might do some damage. I've been jumping on top of that, I've been jumping on these. These things have beat me. I'm even more so blown away that the PVA glue is that strong. So obviously we had the weights that these could hold, and it wasn't that crazy. I think the heavy duty was about 50 kilos, and this one was, I think, 15 kilos or something. But obviously those weight capacities are if it's holding that weight forever, for weeks, months, years, for however long you need that glue to work. So that's why they can actually withstand a lot more weight in these tests than what they're marketed for.
I said one.
I love this saying, anything worth doing is worth doing right. So when it comes to selecting the right screw or nail for that next big project around the house, how do you know which one is the best? Which one is going to save you the most time and money in the long run and allow you to get the project done right the first time? Today we're going to be testing 7 different types of nails and screws for different qualities to see which one is the best. Before we begin the holding strength test, we need to kick off our corrosion resistance test since it'll take 48 hours to get the results. I'll be using a hydrogen peroxide vinegar and salt mix, which is very powerful as far as being an oxidizer. I'll be using this on each one of the screws and nails to evaluate how effective the coatings are at resisting oxidation. I'll be applying several coats of this powerful mix over the next 48 hours. It's only been 30 seconds and 2 of the nails are already rusting because they are untreated and they are not designed for treated lumber or exposure to harsh elements. The first test we'll be conducting is to test the holding strength of each type of nail and then the holding strength of each screw. I'll be using untreated 2x4s that are all from the same stack of lumber to help make sure that the test results are accurate. Since wood varies a lot, we'll be testing 7 samples of each type of nail and throwing out the high and the low test numbers to get rid of the outliers. I'll be driving the nails and screws completely through the 2x4. After that, I'll spray paint the test samples black so we can easily see the nails and the screws when they begin to lose grip. We'll also assess just how much residual strength and holding power remains in each type of fastener once they begin to lose grip. So what gives a nail its holding power? When a nail is pounded into the wood, it displaces the wood fibers. The pressure exerted against the shank by the displaced wood provides a holding strength. So does shank design really make any difference on holding power? Well, we're about to find out. This test is designed to apply a pulling force in a smooth, controlled manner. To test each fastener, I'll place each sample in the test jig holder and then begin the test. The first nail we'll be testing is a 16D common nail, which is designed for framing. Only costing 5 cents each, it's the least expensive nail we'll be testing. Since it does not have any sort of protective coating, it shouldn't be used for pressure-treated lumber or applications where rust is of concern. So let's see how much holding power we have with this nail. The first nail began to move at 120 pounds. However, it was very interesting to see that the force required to remove the nail entirely required 141 pounds of force. The second nail didn't do nearly as well, losing grip at only 110 pounds compared to 120 pounds for the first nail. The third nail did a very impressive job, requiring 164 pounds, beating the first 2 samples by a sizable amount. The fourth sample only required 98 pounds of force and was the lowest of the 7 samples tested. The fifth nail required 168 pounds, the most force of all the 7 samples. The sixth nail only required 139 pounds, which is very close to the average for this type of nail. The seventh and final nail required 134 pounds, so the category average after throwing out the high and the low weight amounts was only 131 pounds. We'll be testing the 16D coated smooth shank sinker next. Even though they are coated, they aren't supposed to be used in treated lumber and applications where rust is of concern. So let's see if they offer more holding power than the uncoated sinkers. The first nail began to move at 277 pounds. That's more than 100 pounds stronger than the strongest uncoated nail. The second nail was only 8 pounds less than the first one, requiring 269 pounds, which is pretty impressive. The third one was down a little bit more at 245 pounds, which is still pretty impressive. The fourth one was only 199 pounds, which is the lowest of the 7 samples tested, so this one was thrown out. The fifth one was up slightly to 219 pounds, which is slightly below average for this type of nail. The sixth one was back up to 250 pounds, which is very close to the average for this type of nail. So after throwing out the high and the low samples, the coating gave the nails an extra 109 pounds of holding force. Very impressive. Up next, we'll be testing the hot dip 16D galvanized nails, which are designed for pressure-treated lumber and exterior use. While it doesn't claim to offer more holding strength, let's see if this galvanized coating helps offer more holding power over uncoated and coated sinkers. The first galvanized smooth shank nail totally blew away the coated and uncoated nails, delivering a jaw-dropping 488 pounds of holding force. I had no idea that the galvanized coating would help this much. The second one dropped to 393 pounds, but still beat the coated nails by quite a large margin. The third one was down even more to 280 pounds, which is still way above the average for the coated sinkers. The fourth one did do a little bit better at 327 pounds, but still below the average for this type of nail. Wow, the fifth one required 535 pounds. That's nearly twice as much as the best coated sinker. The sixth one was the lowest of the samples, only requiring 237 pounds. The seventh and final nail did a great job at 422 pounds. So just by adding the galvanized coating, the amount of holding strength was 382 pounds on average, which is 249 pounds more than the uncoated nail and 140 pounds more than the coated sinker. I'm really surprised by these results. Costing 9 cents each, these galvanized spiral shank nails are advertised for patios and decks, which is typically going to be a much harder type of lumber than we'll be using. However, it's going to be interesting to see if the spiral shank helps with providing more holding power. The first galvanized spiral shank nail didn't do too well, losing grip at only 108 pounds. The second one didn't do much better, only requiring 130 pounds to remove the nail. The third one was up slightly to 149 pounds, but still not very impressive compared to the other nails. The fourth was almost the same as the third, requiring 147 pounds. The fifth was really low at only 91 pounds and was the lowest sample taken in the category, so I went ahead and threw this one out. The sixth was back up a little to 119 pounds, which is slightly below the category average. The seventh one was the best yet at 173 pounds, so it just goes to show that the spiral shank nail just doesn't do very well in softwood. I believe it would do much better in a harder type of wood as it's designed to be used for. Costing 6.5 pennies per nail, these uncoated ring shank nails are designed for pole barns and load-bearing structures. Since they're uncoated, they're not designed for pressure-treated lumber or in applications where rust is an issue. The ring shank design is supposed to offer optimal holding power in soft and medium wood, so let's see if this nail design is going to offer more holding power. The first uncoated ring shank nail required 425 pounds, which is very close to the average for the galvanized nails. The second one required 357 pounds, which is a little lower than the first one, but still very impressive. The third one was even better than the first two, requiring 462 pounds of force. Very impressive. The fourth one was a bit lower at 385 pounds, but that's still pretty remarkable. The fifth one was the best of all the samples, requiring 491 pounds. I find it pretty amazing that one nail has that much holding power. The sixth one was the lowest at only 227 pounds. The seventh and final nail was 341 pounds. What was very interesting is that the galvanized smooth shank nails seemed to continue to have decent holding strength even after they began to slip. However, the ring shank nails really lost a lot of holding strength after the nail began to move. I really like using these 3.5-inch drywall screws for the small projects around the home that require a lot of holding power. So while these number 10 coarse thread drywall screws provide more holding power than any of the nails we've tested, at 6 pennies per screw, it's actually less expensive than some of the nails we tested. The first drywall screw delivered a very impressive holding strength of 703 pounds, beating all the nails by well over 100 pounds. The second one is even better at 841 pounds, really highlighting the amazing holding power of this type of fastener. The third one required 693 pounds, which is still very impressive. The fourth one did quite a bit better than the third one at 758 pounds. The fifth one was slightly below average for this category at 695 pounds. The sixth one was up slightly to 699 pounds. The seventh and final drywall screw did pretty good at 743 pounds, so the drywall screw actually beat all the nails. Very similar to the ring shank nail, the drywall had great holding power up until it began to slip and then quickly lost all of its holding power as the wood fibers were ripped loose. Costing 13 cents each, deck screws are designed to provide tremendous holding power and resistance to rust and corrosion. So how much better are these over nails, and do they offer more holding strength than drywall screws? Let's find out. Wow, the first deck screw required a very impressive 973 pounds to remove, which is more than any of the drywall screw samples. Man, the second deck screw required 1,299 pounds. That is an amazing amount of holding power. It would take about 10 uncoated sinkers to provide this much strength. The third one required 792 pounds, which is the lowest of the 7 samples. The fourth one was way back up to 1,174 pounds. Very impressive. The fifth one was down a little to 1,001 pounds.
The sixth one did extremely well at 1,281 pounds. The seventh and final deck screw was down a little to 1,059 pounds. So after throwing out the highest and lowest numbers for each fastener, the galvanized spiral shank only required 131 pounds of force, which is the worst of the bunch. The uncoated sinker was slightly better at 133 pounds. The coated nails showed a huge advantage over the uncoated ones. The galvanized smooth shank and uncoated ring shank did even better, both delivering nearly 400 pounds of holding strength. The drywall screw really impressed with providing nearly twice the holding power as the nails. Finally, the deck screws provided nearly 3 times as much holding strength as the strongest nail and over 400 pounds more strength than the drywall screw. There's many different ways to look at different types of fastener from a value perspective. If you consider the number of pounds of holding force per penny, the drywall screw is the best value at 114 pounds of holding power per penny based upon the price I paid. Even though the deck screws are very expensive, they came in second place. The ring shank nails also did great, costing 1 penny for 59 pounds of holding force. Obviously, this is just one perspective and there are many other things to consider. Regarding the corrosion test, after 48 hours and 10 applications of the hydrogen peroxide, vinegar, and salt mix, the most rust formed on the uncoated sinker and the ring shank nail. The coated sinker and drywall screw had a small amount of corrosion, and the deck screw and the 2 galvanized nails did not have any visible signs of corrosion. But when it's time to tackle that next project around the house, I definitely feel like I'm better informed, and having the right type of coating makes a huge difference, not only regarding corrosion control, but also regarding holding power. I was really surprised at how much extra holding power these nails had with just having some galvanizing on them. Also regarding the screws, it's not very practical to use screws for every project, but whenever you can use a screw, it's amazing just how much more
Hey, welcome to this edition of How to Cue Putting in a TV. I've got one stud on one side and drywall on the other to secure the TV mount. What's the best way to secure any heavy object to just a piece of drywall with no stud behind it? These are flip toggle bolts. So all you really have to do is half inch drill into the wall, stick this through. My finger is the wall, and what happens is the wall will flick this metal part out. And so if this is the wall, you tighten this little piece up against the wall, you break it off. Well, it's a lot easier when it's up against the wall, and then you screw this in and it tightens this up against the drywall. It's gonna be a lot easier when I show it to you. I'm gonna do that now. You can't see it right now, but I've drilled into there. There's nothing, even though this zircon stud finder, which is usually pretty reliable, there's nothing over here. My studs are way over here, which is left side of your screen. So I'm gonna double check that there is no stud here. And it actually gives me a mark to drill into. If the drill goes in very easily, there ain't anything back there. And there's nothing back there. So, time to take a half-inch drill to install your flip toggles.
Okay, here are the flip toggles I got from Home Depot. On the box, it'll give you exact instructions about what size drill bit to use and how much weight you can put on.
By the way, for this mount, I am using the cheapest I could find, which is $45. This will be a rental. I have two great videos on over mantle TV mounts in the top right-hand corner. One that is a manual, it manually articulates down, and the other one is it electrically articulates down. Check the cards or check the description for those videos. Now I'm gonna drill. Okay, I've got one side up. I didn't tighten the bolts on one side. I'm gonna get this side up, and then I'm gonna tighten everything to make sure it's level. Make sure you have a 4-foot level, 2-foot level works, obviously. So now I'm gonna put the drywall side on. You'll see how that works. All right, quick break in the action. I actually lost a little bit of the video when it comes to putting this flip toggle into drywall. It allows me to go into a little bit more detail of how that actually happens. Before I do that, on the left-hand side, I didn't include that portion into the wall mount just because I found a stud on the left-hand side. Here's a 2.5-inch lag bolt. I put one on the top left, one on the bottom left. Extremely secure on that side. So now let me show you how this flip toggle really works. I can show you kind of what's going on behind the wall too, since I lost that video. Here we go.
Okay, I basically just have a half-inch piece of drywall. Obviously, that represents the wall. This is the flip toggle. For my particular flip toggle, I need a half-inch drill bit, as I said before. You just push it through, you pull that plastic piece until it is tight, and then you just break it off. Breaks off very easily. This is a 1/4-inch wide machine screw. And again, I just take my drill, love my machine drill, and you don't want to go too crazy. You can actually use just a Phillips head screwdriver, but don't go too crazy. And there's a close-up shot of it. Now, this would be what you would see from the inside of the wall. As you pull that plastic piece through the front side of the wall, obviously that toggle flips. Then you put the 1/4-inch machine screw, which is 2.5 inches long, by the way, and it goes right into that piece.
Okay, I hope that illustration helped. There's probably a number of other products out there kind of like this. I'll leave a link in the description for what I used for this, including the washers, including that lag bolt. For your project, let's get back to mine.
All right, back to the project. I'm just showing that I do use washers with these machine screws. I've obviously already put in the flip toggles, and then I'm just securing those with the washers and the machine screws.
Let's check to see if it's level. And it's level. That ain't going anywhere. Find a stud when you're doing this if you can. There's bound to be a stud somewhere in that wall. Attach it to one, and then you can use these flip toggle bolts on the other side. They're super solid. Here's the link for these bolts and anything you will need for mounting your TV, including one of these. Man, they're awesome. All that is down in the description. Please check that out. Like if you enjoyed this video. If you learned something, make a comment. That's it for this edition of How to Cue. Love for you to subscribe. We'll see you next time. Okay, bonus footage. Let's see if I can get this TV up by myself. Now we'll see you on the next edition.